Yo, what's going on, y'all? Like everybody say, what's that word, gang? Nah, I ain't no gang at all. Not even the Indian gang, American gang, African gang, none of that. None of that. It is what it is. Stop Moorish erasure, all you haters. Uh, King without a crown, shout out, shout out. Hey, man, who's gonna be the first one to tap that screen, man? I don't get it. What's going on? But we definitely gonna touch on these. You see it, the barbarous tribes. Yeah, I'm a rub it. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm back. Okay, okay. I appreciate the tap. Yeah, we finna get it in, man. Fuck it. Calico shows our America, ancient lands. Man, hey, I am not here to be no massage therapist. You hear me? I ain't here to make no Pan Africans proud. I ain't here to make you Pan Americans proud. You know what I'm saying? I ain't worrying. I ain't lying to you. I just bringing the facts. Real talk. Huh? So, period. We got Moors in America before Columbus. You know what I mean? People don't like that term for some reason. Because they like after Columbus. You know, after Columbus, the word Indian came to America. So they want to be whatever Columbus then brought. The European called me an Indian. Come on, man. Yeah, bro. That Bible stuff ain't nothing. I got a whole video called the Yucatan Peninsula. You know, just like the letter J, you didn't exist, and yeah, it was the letter Y. So we got words like Yucatan. I put the J so we could see the connection to the word Jew. And I call it the Jew, Catan Peninsula, Yucatan Peninsula. Right? Showing all of this old world stuff as far as the Bible, you know, Noah and all this, you know, up into the flood. A lot of that being over here. But that ain't nothing. That ain't number 10, 12,000 years ago, bro. We ain't gonna, that's not the end all be all. That's not the beginning. We ain't gonna play them games. That ain't the beginning, bro. Peace and love, Smokey. Shit, let me get the real ones in here. Yep. So, what I was just gonna say, but definitely, people more than anything. Let me make sure they can see this map right here. The distribution, barbarous tribes east of the Mississippi. It's the distribution right here. What's going on, brother? Spoken.
Not much. How you doing tonight?
Hey, all is well, bro.
Oh
You know, I had
yeah,
to
oh
get a
yeah.
bit more in there. Yeah, but this the distribution of the barbarous tribes east of the Mississippi. Mm. So since since people don't know, we number one we talking about the Muskogee down here, the Algonquin,
Mm-hmm.
Iroquois, right?
Mm-hmm.
So boom, the barbarous tribes. What's Barbary? Huh? Barbarous? Barbary?
Mm-hmm.
You talking about the barbers? The Berbers? These guys? Uh, from the name Arabic name for the peoples living in the mountains and deserts of North Africa, west of Egypt. You know, perhaps ultimately from Greek barbaros, meaning barbarians, right? By 1854, as the name of their Hamitic language, right? It was even called Berber. And we know the word America, Amerik, Amaruk, Ameruk, is a Berber word. Uh, so
Hmm.
American or American is a Berber word, and we talking about right here. These are the barbarous tribes, all of the ones that are east of the Mississippi. Man, come on, man.
Hmm.
Wake up and smell the coffee. I don't think they understand who they talking about, man. You know what I mean? Who are these
Mm-mm.
barbarous tribes?
Hmm.
Real. Like who else would have been controlling the coast? Because you know, on the other end, we call it the Barbary Coast. Along this coast, you have more barbarous tribes, but that don't mean Moors. Y'all better wake up and smell the coffee.
Deep.
What's going on, Easy? See you in the building. Yeah, man. Like they'll see words like Algonquin and all of that, and not know that that's Arabic. Huh? Like they over here speaking these Cherokee languages and such, or Aninoan languages, not knowing that they're Canaanite. What's going on, hippy dippy? You know, these languages are part of the Canaanite script. So man, they need to catch up, mustard. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, bro. I ain't never seen this map written out like this before.
Yes, sir. Yep. See, I'm the one circled down here at the bottom a long time ago, and everybody who shared, you might see it with that circle on it. But when I seen that, I'm like, oh yeah, Barbary Coast, Barbary tribes, barbarous tribes east of the Mississippi.
Hmm.
You feel me? Real
Yeah,
for
that's a
real.
gem right there.
Yeah, man. They
Definitely
know
a
who he
gem.
is. They know who he is,
Oh yeah. Shit, we
man.
just got to get each other to know who he is.
My boy PNF in the building. What's going on, bro? Hey, man, y'all make sure y'all follow my brother. Y'all subscribe to PNF. We got to get that brother up here, man. That's my bro right there. We be killing him on YouTube.
All right, I'm following.
Yes, yeah, he gonna definitely, yeah, they gonna have their hands full with fucking with PNF. I'm gonna be able to lean back. He gonna, man. I wasn't supposed to come on TikTok first. It was supposed to be a person like PNF come first. Lay the law down, mow the grass. You know what I'm saying? Chop the head off the snake.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Then I can just get to come through
He,
peacefully.
he had you. Yeah, he had you tilling the groundwork for
Yeah,
him.
man. Yeah, man. Yeah, this time it's on me. 'Cause, on YouTube, he did it like that. Then I got to come in real smooth cause he done already chopped the head off the snakes. This time I had, I
Hmm.
guess I had to come identify all the snakes on TikTok. You know, all the fakes.
Man, it's a
Real
lot of them, boy. Golly.
man, so man, bro.
I like the way you be teaching, bro.
Yes, sir. Hey, man, they scared of etymology, man. You feel me? It's gonna be.
Man, and bruh, that's the key.
hmm It's the death to all their lives. That's the problem. They kill all their lives.
Yep.
Like, man, don't no Indian want to play that game with me and talk etymology. You can't do that. You can't say you're Indian and
Mm-mm.
say etymology. Number one. As soon as you say
Nope.
etymology and you call yourself an Indian, get out of here.
Yeah, you don't know what
You
you're
feel me?
talking about.
And then they think it's as easy as a Google search. You know what I mean? Like they just trust whatever Google retrieves for them. Like, yeah, he went and fetch you a bone, all right.
The
You know what I'm
first
saying?
one too.
Yeah, yeah. And they think that's just the top dog. Oh, this is it. And then they're doing it with small comprehension. You feel me? It's like
Bruh.
everybody want to rely on, okay, if we read a definition and we had to go to, okay, let's go to etymology of a word, right? And then we're going to get
Yeah.
these definitions. People literally had to look up the etymology. Why you not doing the same thing with the words that they're defining it with? Okay? They just assume they know.
Mm-hmm.
When you need
Yep.
to break down the etymology of every word in the definition, that's, you know what I'm saying? Everything that ain't the, there, and all these little tiny little words. You feel me? When it get down to these adjectives and these nouns and these verbs, you're gonna have to goddamn pick it up. You're gonna have to understand.
Man. And most of them don't even understand parts of speech.
Hell,
If you ask them to tell you the parts of speech, they won't even know. It's
look,
crazy.
a lot of people be picking on the school system, and then we'll get up here and it be certain knowledge. I'd be like, I learned that in school. Like, I don't think y'all were paying attention. What's going on, sister?
Mm.
Peace, peace. I'm glad to see you live.
Yes, ma'am. Hey, I'm glad to be alive. Nah,
Aha!
all that,
Right, right.
for sure, sure.
I heard that.
hmm
So what's going on with your map here? I just stepped in the room. I ain't get to
Yeah, I got,
hear all what you was explaining.
yeah, this is the distribution of the barbarous tribes east of the Mississippi. When we talk about those Seminole and those Muskogee,
Yeah.
Algonquin, Iroquois, all of them are described as the barbarous tribes east of the Mississippi.
Oh, come
Uh,
on now.
See, the thing is, these people don't act like they don't know who the barbers are. You know, who are the
Right.
barbers? Who are the Berbers? You know, these
Oh, that's dope. Is that a post you made?
yeah, a long time ago on Facebook,
Okay. Still relevant.
always because they sleep. Like I think pretty much came to the conclusion that like any information I probably come across lately, I might as well just keep it to myself because
Nah. Because
I'm just saying,
it's people that's inquiring like me.
yeah, yeah,
Like I don't
us, yeah, that's like adept. It's like those are called adept lessons. You feel me? That's pretty much in
yeah.
the back room. We're gonna have to handle that in the back room. But what
right,
good is it?
right,
What
right.
good is it gonna do one of them?
Mm.
You
Exactly.
know? Yeah, like
Privileged information.
yeah, we gotta make them regurgitate this. Like they gotta finally be able to regurgitate all the things we done broke so far, thus far. And I'm talking about all we really need to do is put a powerful years worth of work in and repeat it for maybe 10 more years because they will not get what we bring in 1 year. If we really brought it every day like a school, 5 days a week, it's
Right.
gonna go over their heads. They're gonna learn and forget. So we'll have to keep bringing it right back next semester, same thing,
Yep.
until they show
But
us that they got it.
some people got that cognitive dissonance too. No matter how much evidence you
Mhm.
present before them, they still gonna stick with the latter.
Yep. Yep. Hey, they're gonna treat us like Jehovah's Witnesses. They hear us knocking,
Mm-hmm.
but they ain't answering.
Facts.
Feel me? It's gonna be a while.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they scared to be these Berbers, these barbarians, these barbarous tribes. So literally, like I keep telling, like the dude natural, he want to get mad when I tell him. But the Indians
Hmm.
didn't have beard. They didn't have beards. Well, he went into the archives, pulled out a book stating how they did. They did have, beards. Well, that just
Hmm.
goes along with this post because that's what Berber means. Berber means bearded ones. So the Berbers were
Yeah,
the bearded ones. Anybody with a beard was considered a Berber.
I have heard that. Yes,
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah. You know, that's why if you dressed all wild with hair, wild hair and a wild beard, they're gonna say you look like a barbarian.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
I feel it.
Hmm.
Yeah. In other news,
What's going on there? Oh,
Oh,
BG.
yeah, be Jeezy.
yeah, he got
Yeah,
released today.
yeah,
Oh,
today,
that's what's
yeah.
up.
Yeah, I've been saving this till he got out, but he got now. Yep,
That's
he
what's
out. He
up.
just got out after 14 years.
That's crazy. That was a tax situation, wasn't it?
No,
Nah, 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 nah.
intimidating the witness, and he had a gun.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah, he was a wild one. He was a wild one.
Yeah.
Right.
Shout out to that brother.
Original hot boy.
Through and through.
Yep. If nobody else was a hot boy, for real. Uh, for
Mhm.
real. Anybody disagree? You know what I
Nope.
mean?
Facts on facts.
Hey, I'm just
Hell
saying if they
no.
disagree, they can get from around me, man. I'm telling you, it's
Mhm.
crazy out here. For real.
People eventually reveal their true intentions.
Yep, exactly. They never concede to the truth. That's what I be like scared of. They don't concede to the truth. It's like so nothing is the truth,
Right.
besides you. You know.
No, that's what I said about that cognitive dissonance. You can show them evidence all day long, and they be like, "Nope, nope,
Hmm. They refuse.
Mhm.
refuse." You gonna be going down the state of insanity with them if you keep trying. Just gotta move on. Gotta move on. I heard that. Hmm. All right, what we got here?
Uh, pretty much an older map of America. One of the oldest ones you can find. It
Why
just
they got
shows a lot of.
European names on them?
Yeah, you got the whole world here. You know what I mean? A lot of names. Like we know there was no Morocco in Africa at the point of this
Mhm.
map.
Mhm.
Mm. There was no Morocco. The kingdom of Morocco didn't exist. So this map isn't even. It's not even as old as like the Treaty of Peace and Friendship. With the Europeans and the Moors of Morocco. So there was
Mhm.
no kingdom of Morocco in Africa in 1776, 1787. None of that. It didn't
Nope.
exist until 1954. Huh? So who is this
Morocco
Morocco?
as it is today?
Yeah,
Yep.
That ain't hard to believe because the same goes for Israel.
yeah, exactly. All of that is coming around the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
they ain't
that
nothing but the
those
French.
and
It's
that
all the
that
French.
Israel is the Balfour Declaration, so you know they've been doing that for. That's how they declare lands in certain places.
Hmm. Yep. And even the CDC says that all Indians are Moors and
Yep,
Turks.
yep,
You
Uh,
definitely
said
so.
all Indians and Moors are Turks.
are
Yep,
all Indians are Moors and Turks. Like you see on the screen, you see Morocco and you see Turkey. Mhm.
yep.
Okay.
All
And,
Indians are
and
Moors and Turks. Like the ones we consider to be Siberian are just Turks. They just don't have no turban on their head,
Right.
you know. And then we know who's been erased. It's Moorish erasure. All that other stuff ain't being erased. It's there. It's there for you to find. But everything pertaining pretty much to us being Moors, all the way, anything goes back that far, you're not supposed to be able to find
yep. And they substituted more for
it. Indian.
Indian in 1619.
Hmm.
I
Exactly.
feel like the erasure is new because when I was in high school, we knew that Moors were in Europe and everything like that because
Yep.
of
Yep.
Othello, like the
Yeah.
Shakespeare story Othello. We
Yeah.
knew Othello was a Moor,
Mm-hmm.
and that just was like reading that story in high school. That's just like a known thing in your brain because you're reading that type of literature that connects the Moorish history to Europe.
Yeah, but it don't connect. It don't connect you to it, and that was the trick. They separated it.
Well,
So
you knew he was a melanated man. That you definitely, if you read this story, you definitely knew
Yeah.
he wasn't.
Othello the Moor. Yeah.
Yeah,
Othello the Moor. Yeah, he was very dark.
yep.
And,
It
I mean,
described him as such, and they got paintings of the supposed Othello, and it's a melanated man with a big dark beard.
I don't know who that is with a Moorish picture. He got a picture of a Moor. He said, but in his opinion, we all are Moor. I mean, all so-called black people are.
what part of America, bro? Because America is a continent.
Yeah.
So
Right,
Yeah.
right,
Yeah. So what is he just excluding? Like all we would have to be is in one little piece, and that would be in America.
and exactly.
And we
I
we
feel like people can't accept that there's different demographics of us all over the place. And I'm talking about we're from everywhere. And there's a reason why we're from everywhere. We're the only characteristic that's melanated that's from every corner of the earth. Period. Like we show up everywhere. No matter how much they try to brighten or whitewash it, we're still there.
Yep.
Like Indonesia, you could go and find us there in the mountains right now.
Yep.
So, I mean, what people are doesn't erase who you are. It just means they exist too. Y'all been seeing that the video about the Mexican Seminoles, Moorish?
Yeah. Yeah. I guess you couldn't hear me when I was on the other screen. Yeah. I said I think I did.
Yeah, and they were
As
talking
soon as
about
you
their
said that, I
ancestors.
decided to grab this image because you said that.
Okay.
Uh, Stop Moorish erasure. You know what I mean?
And he got Jade on.
Yeah, whoever just said that in the chat, I think he was in here. He must have been in here one of the last lives I did when I broke the information out. Yep. About the that that black guy that went with this explorer to all of these far reaches that he's went. Like people know the YT archaeologist, but they don't know the his assistant that was doing all of the sledding and everything through all of these rough terrains. He was looked at as the greatest sledder in the world that wasn't an Eskimo.
Right.
You know?
That's fire.
Yeah, like these the real. This the real Mexicans right here. You know what I mean? That's why
Mm-hmm.
we call Mexicali. And Cali means black. I don't care where you go, what part of the world. See, that's why people scared of etymology, because then they think certain stuff just don't. It only applies in English. No, 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 no. For one,
Hmm.
there's no such thing as an English word. You know,
Hmm.
so all of these words coming from different languages. So once you
Mm-hmm.
study
Hmm.
etymology and you see the science behind words, you understand it in any culture, in any language. You like, oh, just by studying English, I've studied all those languages. And I've seen how all of these roots compare to the Latin roots or the Greek
Yep.
roots or the Egyptian roots. Like Hebrew, why is they all so connected? Yeah, it's a big picture.
Right.
Real. They don't want to see the big picture. Like matter of fact, let me show that map one more time.
It looked like
Eh,
the artwork from that book, Moors in America.
hmm Watch this. Show them how etymology works. Right. We heard of the Iroquois, right? What they call the Iroquois? Huh? They call them the five civilized tribes, right?
Right.
Right. Like they try to call the Iroquois the five civilized tribes, but then look at a word like Algonquin. Uh, this,
Hmm.
like this ain't supposed to be
With
no
that
European
L on
word.
there.
Yeah, got that Al, right?
Mm-hmm.
So these people will tell you it's not Arabic. It's not Arabic. Okay, but they got Al right there. And then when you break it down,
Hmm.
okay, we're gonna break it down our way. We ain't gonna pay them no mind because we think they crazy anyway. So Al. Then you got Gan. Gan, is the word like Gan. Like we say, the Garden of Eden is really the Gan of Eden.
Mm-hmm.
So Gan, like we got words like organic, meaning original, right? And then you got kin or queen, right? Quin. Kin meaning five, like cinco, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like even 15 in Spanish is quince. You hear me? So Al, Gon, Quin. It's saying the organic or the original five, the organic five. When we
Got
talk
you.
about the five civilized tribes, it's really Algonquin. Hmm? That's how you
You
say
talking
five
about, yeah, the
civilized.
breakdown of the word. I get you.
Yeah, yeah. But this ain't. I'm not Indian. Why can
Hmm.
I break? Why can I? Why I got the keys?
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? I got the
Because
keys. Yeah, because
because
it
they
all connects.
provided it already. It's already in language. It's
Hey,
already embedded in language.
let me see what this brother here talking about.
Hello?
Oh,
Yo, yo, what's going on with you?
Oh, how y'all doing? Good evening.
All is
Yep.
well.
Yep.
Um,
So, it looks like you're a Moor as far as your profile and things, but what's going on?
my bloodline, my pedigree, comes from the Moors. Also, Choctaw and Cherokee for my researchers
So
of
you
my
saying the
genealogy.
Choctaw and the Cherokee aren't Moors? You saying the Choctaw and Cherokee are not Moors?
Well, when you like from my research and from what I've researched and found, a lot of the Moors that were Cherokees were the Moors that were enslaving other Indians, because we do have that in our history where Indians were enslaving other Indians, and those Indians were, you could say, family members of the, I like to call them crypto Jews, the Sephardic Jews that came
Yeah, I
over
mean,
here.
but what is a Jew? What is a Jew? Or
Well,
or, or you Ashkenazi type Khazars? You talking about Khazars?
well, those are white folks.
Or
Those,
you talking about just the normal mixed people that call themselves Jews?
the normal people that call themselves Jews right now, the Jewish people, the white folks, those are Ashkenazi
I
and
mean, I would
Khazar.
consider them Ashkenazi and Khazar.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Those are Ashkenazi and Khazar Jews, the
Mhm.
white Jews. Those are, I
Yeah,
call them
but
atheists. But
but they claiming to be a Moor is what I'm saying. Like they claiming to be have some of that Moorish blood in order to even be a Jew.
some of them probably
So
do.
even if the Indian had that Jewish, he would be claiming Moorish, is what he's really doing.
Are you talking about the white Jews in modern day today, or are you talking about the Jews that
I'm
came
saying
over
any Jew
here?
that goes by the Bible, any Jew that's a Jew according to the Bible.
Oh, with those, I call those Hebrews. Those are not Jews. Those are Hebrews.
All right, all right.
Mhm.
So, there's a difference between the Hebrew and the Jew. In the Bible, Jesus taught us that. He taught us the
Mhm.
difference between the Jews and the Hebrews.
Or is it? Well, or you can say Yehudi and a Jew. They can
Yeah,
have the letter J. Yeah,
yeah,
they can have that
Yeah,
letter J.
yeah, because
yeah.
Hebrew is a language. It ain't
It's a language, and it also is an action.
Yeah,
It was an action of a people
yeah, it's more of an
decided to
action.
do something.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
was calling the Hebrews an actual people.
yeah, because the Hebrews were a section of people that decided to do something different in the age of Eber, or was it Peleg? I think it was Peleg. But they decided to do something different from the other people who were the Jews that were practicing other religions and believing in other gods, and a six-pointed star that was Baal.
Mhm. Mhm.
So for me, some of those Jews mixed in with Moors. They mixed in with some of the from
Wouldn't that be considered the Moabites?
well, the Moabites. If you read, like, I'm sorry, I read the Bible when I was little. My grandmama made me read it. But when you read the story of Ruth, and the story of
Uh-huh.
Ruth, you read about the Moabites, and you read about how she got with Boaz, and Boaz was he was a Hebrew. He was a part of the 12 tribes. I think he was from the tribe of Judah. And when they got together, it kind of gives you the bloodline of Jesus and who the Moabites were. They came from the bloodline of who was the dude that had the two daughters? That was Abraham's
Lot.
cousin. Lot. They come
Isn't
from
that
Lot.
Moab? Moab.
Yeah, the Moabites. They come from Lot. But the Moabites also too practice and from what I researched, they practiced another religion that was different from the way of God. They started practicing religions of other gods and worshiping signs and symbols, which is why some of us will say that we started looking at the stars and
Mhm.
all that. But anyway, I was just saying that from
Yeah,
what I've been reading,
I
huh?
agree with that. They are non-biblical people.
Yeah. But I was just saying that from what I've researched, it's some of our people that are brown. It's kind of like calling every brown person a Moor. It's like calling every person that's brown skinned black, or calling every
Right.
brown skinned person African American. Because them Africans
no.
that's coming over here, those are the true African Americans. Elon
Mhm.
Musk is an African American. You get what I'm saying? So what I
Yeah.
what I- what
Yeah.
I try to tell people is like, yeah, there are Moors here. There are good Moors. There are bad Moors. But the people that were here on this land, the Tiano Indians, the Choctaw, the Cherokee, the Chickasaw, the the Arawak, and all of them, like those were a people, and those people had names, and they just weren't Moors. You see what I'm saying? And just to give
Oh,
everybody,
they are Moors. Nah, the name ain't. Nah, they ain't really have no name. We didn't do the name thing, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
oh, okay, oh, my bad. Well,
I
yeah,
mean, it depends how far back you going with that. You know what I mean? Like the
yeah,
name thing, it's just a description. So if we
right,
if we gonna say we had names, it would be as Moors. It would be the titles. You feel me? El Bey, Al, and Ali.
Right.
You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
but
But
like
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 titles
I
really
said,
matter.
well, you got to understand. I'm not gonna go there. But
I'm saying a lot of things we consider to be names are not names. Like there was
Nope.
no such thing as name. All of those were
Nope.
titles.
I
Like when you see
agree,
a
but
name like Eugene, Eugene is the highest status you could have in the Catholic faith. The highest pope was a Eugene. That's what they
More
give
don't
him
mean black.
eugenics.
Hmm.
no, Morris
You know?
means those of the sea, or those that come from the sea.
Yeah, this is. I'm still learning, guys. I'm not like completely in the know of the Moorish history. Like
Mhm,
I'm just finding out, like getting into the history of Noble Jew Ali,
mhm.
and I'm noticing like in the Moorish community, there's a divide on his philosophy. Like there's
Yeah,
some people
you
who,
got agents out there.
yeah, that's what I've been catching, and I'm like, there's a division in the community I see when it comes
Because
to his
some of
philosophy.
like a lot of them following the doctrine of the people that unalive Noble Drew Ali. Yeah, like C.
The
Kirkman
same
Bay
way
and
with
all them.
Malcolm X, with
Yeah,
they follow the doctrine of
yeah, 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 fair.
the Nation of Islam as it
I
stands
ain't gonna say
right
they
now.
ain't even following Nation of Islam. They'd be all right because they'd be following Elijah Muhammad. They is following,
Right.
Khan, the guy, that guy.
Yeah, but they were able. I'm sorry, Nation of Islam. Have seen problematic things. Like they had the KKK inside of their temples at one point back in the and I've seen that with my own eyes. Like nobody can erase that. I've seen the Grand Wizard of the KKK inside of
Yeah, what's his name
the
that,
Islamic
that took all that poison? Like they say, don't drink the Kool Aid.
Jim Jones.
Jim Jones. Yeah, Jim Jones was
Yeah, they
a member.
protected him too. Yep,
He was
yep,
a member.
yep. Yep, that's what I'm saying. They got a problem as it stands, and that's why I respect Malcolm X.
They really hired
When
Hitman. We
he
ain't gonna lie.
started,
We ain't gonna lie
yeah,
about it.
absolutely. They was in. I'm sorry, they full on CIA operation,
Hmm.
full on.
Hmm.
Have y'all? So y'all have done. I'm sure y'all have done the studies of Noah Drew Ali. I did some research and I found out that Timothy Drew was like a professor,
He was
and he was
Professor Drew before he was Noble Drew Ali.
Uh-huh.
yeah. And have y'all read some of his stuff that he did like when he was in school?
Yeah, he was the first Dr. Seven.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna shut up then. So y'all. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna shut up. I
Yeah,
yield.
nobody really knows that. They look at it in a strange way. Oh man, your homeboy was eating metal. I say, but they don't know he was doing things like that to to
Right,
build up the
mineral
magnetism.
diets and
To build up his magnetism within, because he was a Reiki
yeah.
master. When you know Reiki, and you can like people use earth magnets right now to remove kidney stones and different
Mhm.
things, because all of
Mhm.
these masses are lumps, of things from the body, which are is gonna have metals. They're gonna have metals to them. So
Mhm.
these lumps can be moved out of the body using earth magnets and things like that. We don't always have to use surgery to remove them from the cellular wall. You know, these things are clogging up arteries and stuff, but they can be removed not with surgery, but with magnets. You know,
I agree.
Mhm.
All right, y'all.
Yep.
I'm gonna go ahead and go. I gotta get to work. But I just wanted to get on here and just clarify with y'all. This is a good conversation. I'm gonna continue to listen.
That's for sure, brother. Appreciate it.
All right.
Yes,
Yep.
indeed. Yes,
Peace,
indeed.
peace.
So
Yep.
I look at from what I see of Noble Drew Ali, I feel like he's the innovator
Hmm.
of the understanding of where the Moorish community has come from, and the ideas and philosophies as it stands properly, because
Hmm. Hmm.
there's I do see that, like I'm noticing it off top, and this is like me newly coming into everything, that there's a division where it shouldn't be really.
It should. It should. It
Mm-mm.
should.
Nope.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
like a lot of people turn in the church. You know what I mean? Which is
right,
not that's not what the prophet wanted either. You know what I mean?
right.
Like it's not
He
supposed to be
wanted to
church.
restore glory to the Moorish community and empire.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. See, the first temple he was a part of was the Canaanite temple in
Uh-huh.
New Jersey. In New Jersey, right?
I
So
did, yeah, I read about that. I read about that.
he was a co-founder. Everybody just says he was the founder. No, he was the co-founder, right?
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
And the actual founder was um, uh, Dr. Suleiman. I can't remember his
yeah,
first name right this second.
I
Dr.
know what you,
Suleiman.
I know that, I know what you talking about.
Mhm. Dr. Suleiman was a
The first name
93rd.
is like escaping me, but I know that name, Suleiman.
Yeah, Dr. Damn,
I don't know his
I,
first name.
I forgot his first name right this second. But Dr. Suleiman, because there's so many ways to spell it. Suleiman,
Mhm. Mhm.
Suleiman. Even Solomon is really the same word, right? So
Yes.
Dr. Suleiman was a 93rd degree Mason. Hmm?
Mhm.
Like we over here talking about 33 degrees and stuff.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? This man was a 93rd degree Mason. Like that's like a world leader,
Yeah.
you know? And he had met Noble Ali when he was on his travels through Egypt, through India, getting like Noble Ali was even a druid at one point.
Mhm.
You know, he went into druidism or druidhood, right? And that's his name, Noble what? Drew.
Drew.
Drew
Mhm.
Ali.
Mhm.
Drew means tree, you know, Drew, however we want to do it, Drue, however we want to do it. Drew means tree.
Mhm.
So a druid is essentially a tree hugger, right? Because this is where they get their wisdom. They get their wisdom from the trees, from
Right.
nature.
Mm.
Like there's a thing called cat godu. Cat godu, Kat, and godu, Godeau. Cat godu is where the Druids get the alphabet. They say the alphabet comes from the cat godu, which is the language of the trees. Or as a
Come
matter of fact,
on now, boy. She's schooling right now.
Mm, he
it's going to
sure is.
it's some poetry called the Battle of the Trees, right? Into
Wow.
the poetry about the battle of the trees were battling for humanity to use their language script or their alphabet. Hmm?
Come
And
on
this is
now.
where we get it from. This is where we get the idea of even using paper or papyrus. You know, we literally got this from the trees, the druids. You remember they literally spoke with the trees, and they still
Wow.
do to this day.
They still, yeah, the druids still do.
Yep, yep. But a lot of people think
Mm.
these are YT people. No, they're really the Twa.
No, and I've been telling people that these are, so anytime you see the latter mimicking these rituals, just like the spinning dervish are Sufis, they're just a perverted version of the melanated person. I've been noticed that a long time ago. Different religions, and they be like, "Oh yeah, no, the spinning dervish come from the Zoroastrians." No, they stole mysticism practices from the melanated people and turned it into something else, and claimed it to be more ancient than anything else.
Exactly, exactly.
You can see the mimicking of cultures. Like it'll be a completely different culture, but you'll see the mimicking of it, and it
Mhm.
be rebranded and renamed under them.
Yep.
So
And
I
even
definitely, just like you,
yep.
you can see it with the what are they called? The Shriners. The Shriners. That's another thing that they have recouped for themselves and rebranded it, and it's not associated with his origins. Exactly. That's all it is just claiming your rights and heritage, your cultural practices, rebranding it, renaming it, and adding. They've been doing that for so long. You can see it in Christmas, Easter. These are all things that have been repurposed under the name of Christianity, but they're not originally Christian practices.
Facts. Hey, I'm finna get out of here, man. Peace and love to
Yes,
y'all.
sir.
I'll
Hey,
catch you
I
Friday,
appreciate you
man.
coming up, brother.
Peace,
For real.
Mikey.
All right, no
Peace.
thing.
Yes, sir.
So,
So check
yeah,
this.
when you have eyes to see this stuff, it's easy to check, point it out like that. So I'm feeling that.
Hey, sis, read this right here on the screen.
It is he who is the Lord of Sirius.
Uh,
I heard that.
and this is in the Quran. This is a surah in the Quran,
I heard
right?
that.
But then when we be on that kind of science, you see how people try to like divide everything?
Hmm.
Like
But
Allah can't be
the
Yahweh.
melanated people who believe that, they still walking earth to this day. The Dogons,
Exactly.
they
That's what I'm saying.
still walking earth to this day. Still in old practice. Still giving oral culture. And no matter who comes along, they can't erase that. They can't. Those people are still here, living in their own right.
Yep. See, I ain't gonna lie, nobody get more credence with me than the Dogon. You know what I mean? For real.
Absolutely. The
They
longevity.
get
It's the longevity for me
for real.
to stand up against Western civilization. Be able to preserve what is true to what your heritage and culture is, and still keep it intact. Yep.
Yep, exactly. So that's why I'm a syncretist, you know? Like in my eyes, I can sync all of the different faiths and religions and schools of thought, sync
Mhm.
them all together. You know,
Mhm.
for some reason, I'm talking about some of the wildest things. But it still all really coincide. You know, some of the wildest things, not just wild stuff. I'm just saying like how
Mhm.
they'll euthanize the serpent. You feel me?
Right.
I can bring that back into the fold lot of times. You
Right.
know, like just simply like based off that Gan of Eden once again. Gan meaning the garden, right? The Gan of Eden. The Garden of
Mhm.
Eden. That whole story when people actually read in like Aramaic and look at the original form when they're not just saying Adam and Eve, even though they can saying Adama and Adamu and Hawa or whatever the case may be. But when you look at the way they're writing it, it's not always saying Hawa. It'll go from
Mhm.
Hawa. Well, matter of fact, you know, put it like this: when you really look at the original way things were written, what we calling
Yes.
the
AME.
garden, what we calling the garden, the serpent, and Eve, they're all written the same way in Aramaic. It's the same word, but
Mhm. Mhm.
we getting something totally different because we read in English. Hmm. So
Yep. Yep.
Hawa is Chawa. You know, just because they put the C in front of it, it's still they signifying the
Yeah. It's
serpent.
a deflection to what
Yeah,
the truth is. And yeah,
yeah,
I
yeah.
see that all the time.
Hmm. So when we saying that the serpent, the garden, and Eve are all Eve, you know what I mean?
Yes. And
Then
that
you
and
can,
that is, let's go back to them perverting what the serpent is. They take it and put it on their deities and their ideologies. That's what, remember when I was talking about Hermes Trismegistus and how he uses the serpent on his staff?
yeah,
That's taking ancient knowledge, that is known as something else to the melanated person's cultures and practice as something different, and in the line of knowledge and turning it into something else where you're perverting it.
Yep.
You got wicked magicians using this mystical power for their self.
Hmm.
And weekends go hard. I was gonna say, majority galaxies observed are either a binary or trinary system. They have still yet to recognize that we are in a trinary system, A, B, and our sun.
Hey, what's this? Because like you were just saying about that they're all binary and trinary. It's just
Yep,
nature. No,
yep,
just like even with plants, like there is no just female plants and male plants. No, they were divided. This is how we get hybrids. Because all
mhm,
plant life is dioecious, dioecious. However you
yeah,
say it. I've never heard it say it. I just read the stuff.
right.
Dioecous, right?
And it in print.
Dioecious, dioecious, right? So all plants have male and female parts. So that's what I'm getting when you say the stars being binary.
Mhm,
That's why we
mhm,
always say twin flame. You
mhm.
know, we have these twin flames because we know the stars are souls. SOL.
Yep.
SOL
And,
is
and
SOUL.
it plays into the Trinity as well.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So being that stars are souls, the SOL is the SOUL. That's why it's the solar system.
Mhm,
You know, this is what we call the heavens. That's why they're the heavenly bodies.
mhm,
And I'm gonna tell you why Saturn, out of all these heavenly bodies, is so revered. Just one of the reasons, you know. But we know Saturn has rings. We call them rings, right? I've got older books that state such as those rings are actually moonlets. They're called moonlets. Moonlets is a moonlet, meaning tiny moons, right? So could you imagine? We already were talking about binaries and stuff. This is well beyond binary, trinary. You know what I
mhm,
mean? It has all those and all those things that we call in the rings are really planets, like moons,
mhm.
bodies, astrological bodies just
Yep.
surrounding this big fella, bowing down. So like he's the biggest player out there.
Absolutely.
Especially if we looking at the moon and moons is feminine. So he got all the women. Period. Saturn got it going on. Yeah. But
Yep.
but these people so man, their minds don't even think on this kind of stuff for some reason. I mean, but they don't. I don't think they really familiar with what carnal is. They're very carnal minded. You know, we stuck on this paperwork. We stuck on this paperwork, but we don't really want to do no paperwork. Because that's when the Moors get crucified for. Oh, the Moors want to play their game and do paperwork. Like,
Mhm.
you had some sense, I think you would try that route also.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like before you bust a gun.
Some people really get unsettled when you step outside of the lines. That's what I really observe about a lot of people and the way they behave. When you start drawing outside of the lines, you make them seriously uncomfortable. Seriously uncomfortable. You're changing the way that they have to think, the way they perceive things. So, it's a dangerous line to walk no matter what. especially if you're out with information that's gonna displace someone's reality. Be prepared. Put your armor on and be prepared because they gonna attack you.
Yep.
And
Exactly.
the crazy part about what I realize is people don't realize that they are the like they birth science and mathematics.
Yep. Yep. We
Like
did.
the practices that they had to do for thousands of years shows that they've been living in science and mathematics. Like being able to map the stars out, use compasses, and also compasses of both varieties, by the way, because in cartography and actually physically by holding a compass and being able to direct people to the proper place. This is something that, part of the seafaring nature they had to utilize to, just basically to read the matrix. They've been doing it for so long.
Yep. And see, look, like people like to, talk about there being white Moors right here. It lets you know it's in the Middle Ages, and as late as the 17th century, the
Hmm.
Moors were commonly supposed to be mostly black or very swarthy up until what they said is late 17th century,
Hmm.
right? Coming into
Then
the
the Arab was
1700s.
introduced.
Yeah, though the existence of white Moors was recognized, you
Hmm.
know, and hence after that, when it came up, the word often used for Negro was, the word
Yeah,
blackamoor.
that's something else I've come into the realization with doing this research is that the words Negro, African American, and other connected phrases to the so-called quote unquote black man,
Hmm.
or
Yep,
these are vocabularies introduced to disconnect.
exactly.
If you were born in the South, especially back in the 60s, 50s and 60s, they put Negro on your paperwork.
Hmm.
No matter what your heritage was, if you were melanated, you got the Negro stamp.
Yeah, which meant a prisoner of war. Uh, so they treated you like a criminal when they do that.
Mhm.
See,
Mhm.
like right here with the word Moor, and they say they're showing various forms like Mar, Moor, Mori, Maori, right? I had looked at that and I had to think about it. I say, oh, that's Maori, like Mowry. Huh?
Mhm.
You remember the TV show with Tia and Tamara?
Maori.
Maori, huh?
Mhm.
Yeah, they were letting us know that they're Moors, huh? Tia
Mm.
and Tamara Moore. Like they couldn't have did it more plain because we wouldn't have got it anyways. If their last name would have been Moore, we really would have been lost. Ain't that crazy?
Yeah.
We'd have been more lost. But now with the Maori, maybe we maybe we can follow the breadcrumbs. I don't know.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah, because people say the darndest thing. They be like, they named like people like to go tit for tat. I be like,
Mhm.
okay, they named y'all Indians. Why would you call yourself an Indian? Oh, no, they named y'all Moors. Or they'd be like, so they named y'all Moors. I'd be like,
Mhm.
no, the heck they didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
number one, people gonna give credit to someone who couldn't read or write. Uh, you're gonna say they named us? That's crazy, right? Then
Right.
on top of that, we got places like Mauritania. Mauritania has existed since 300 BC.
Mhm.
That's well before the Moors that entered Spain. You know, as they're
Mhm.
showing you the first form they showed you is Maur, which you see down there where it says number one in ancient history, a native of Mauritania.
Mhm.
You know, the eighth form they're showing you right there is Mari. You know, like
Right.
it's just crazy. Like
I see it.
Mauritania, they cannot say that somebody named us that 1,000 years later. You know,
Mhm.
and then don't make me go all the way to the hieroglyphs to show you, you know, the word more in the hieroglyphs.
Mhm.
So that's before writing existed.
Yeah.
You know, in the
Yeah.
simplest form that we call these letters. You know, peace, peace. What's going on, White State?
Hey, West State.
Yeah, let me put up another one real quick.
Do you agree with the philosophy that the Moors were the founders of the holy city of Mecca? Pretty good.
I just had to put sun on the screen to come back because I wanted to. I ain't want you.
Mhm. Mhm.
I'm like, damn, she can't even hear me.
I,
Yeah, y'all make
I
sure
was
y'all subscribe to P and L.
I was asking you, do you fall in line with the philosophy that Moors were the founders of the holy city of Mecca?
Of course, of course. But even old Mecca, you know what old Mecca is?
Hmm.
Old Mex. Uh, old
Ah,
Mexicans. Yeah, the old Mexicans.
those jewels is all over the place, man.
Yeah, yeah, we them boys. Yep, this is the old Mecca. That's why
Yes, old Mecca.
Moors have enough sense to tell them this is a Mexim,
Uh-huh.
but they're not ready for that. That's why
Yep.
I said any new information is a waste of time. It's a waste. I shall not
Hmm.
cast pearls to swine. I don't care if they brown,
Ooh.
yellow, pink.
It
I ain't
sure say
casting
that.
pearls to swine no more. I'm tired of y'all. Y'all
Yep.
don't get no new sauce, man. I pull up the oldest sauce I can find and kill you with this sauce.
Yep.
You feel me? Like I've been fixing all my old phones. Don't make me pull out my old
The
screenshots.
Bible really, even though Moorish culture is not related to the Bible talks about the the ancestors of the Moors.
Mhm, exactly.
So they've always been in the
Watch,
background.
watch this.
That's what I do know.
Even science does. You
Uh-huh.
know, science talks about the ancestors of the Moors. What do they call them? Primordials.
Mm,
You got the word. What's the root word? More.
mm,
Primord before the Moors is what primordial means. Before Moor, what were we before Moors? Primordial.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
They can't escape it, but they want to. What's going on, White State?
What's going on? What's going on? I seen that backdrop you had that had the definition on it. Can you pull that up?
Yeah,
I'm not sure how it's spelled, um, like Maure, I think.
yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, like that is a connection with water, and I know that shipping term, like Moor, has been used as a shipping term. But like
Mhm.
that caught my eye, the Maure, because like if you put it Mare, anything like that, it all means water. So to
Always,
me,
always.
That's what Moors are, seafaring people.
Yeah, seafarer. That yeah. We named it such.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like we knew that's what we do, so we're gonna name what we do after us. It's like
Yes.
okay, that's more. That's more. You
You
know,
see
the
the
ocean is a
you see
more.
the little drops of it all over the place.
Yeah, mar. Yep,
Yep.
in Latin, mar
yeah,
means
mar,
yeah,
and then so
water.
mare or Mare is like Latin or something for water, and then there's a whole bunch of other ones that are kind of written similar.
Exactly.
Okay, white state.
Like even in Phoenician, the word Morin is the word mar.
Yep. Yep.
Mohr, like they showing you. I'm pretty sure it's on here.
Mhm.
Mohr. Oh yeah, the last one on the top paragraph. Mohr. Right.
All right, so
Mhm.
y'all are saying seafaring, but to moor a ship can also mean to dock a ship. And mooring
Mhm.
a ship, they had
Yeah.
airships that
Yep.
they would
Yep.
they would
Yeah. And
moor
guess
them
who
in the
invented it?
air.
That's the
Guess who
title
invented it?
now.
Guess who invented it? Guess who invented it? The Moors. The Moors
Uh-huh.
invented the what is that big helium balloon or whatever the Zeppelin and all that kind of stuff. These
Say that again.
He's talking about
the Zeppelin.
the blimps. There was the
Yeah, these
Oh,
Zeppelin,
blimps.
oh,
and
the
there was the
Yeah, the
big
Zeppelin.
one
blimp.
that
Yeah.
went down.
Yeah. Moors
Yeah.
invented those airships. They
Crazy.
invented by Moors. The big cannon and cannonball. It's coming from the
Mhm.
Moors.
So,
Mhm.
if you don't mind me asking, what do you think happened to all those airships?
Oh man, and they're in their respective countries. You know what I mean? For real.
Mhm.
Like Moors are not an empire anymore. So it's like now we all play. It's like it's like saying once upon a time there was a Negro football league, brother. You know what I mean? But now we play for all the other teams around the league.
Mhm.
But once upon a time there was a Negro league. You know what I mean? But we all was pretty much together. Even if we battled each other, it was respectable.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think some of the ships, man, like I don't know, that's some of the stuff. When I looked into the ships and I found out like, um, and I won't put a color or race, even a location on it, because I don't know my geography for nothing. But man, the ships are just mind blowing throughout
Mhm.
history.
Mhm.
Like it's crazy, man. Some of the structures that they built like are far more massive than ships today, and like they were free energy. They ran off the wind. It
Mhm.
was crazy.
One of the oldest Moors, Mansa Musa, he
Yep.
had 10,000 ships that sailed the world. The world.
Yeah, I know over 800 ships came to America in one trip.
One Mansa Musa is 5 Bill Gates in real time. You take his wealth
Trying to make it
and
sound like we were just like in little canoes, man. These people were like they were getting it.
yeah, he went all over. He
Yeah,
created the
these ships
first
had 80 men
university
apiece.
system. That's how serious it is. He
Yeah,
created the first university system.
yeah. Mansa Musa's ships had 80 men apiece. You know, so they weren't too small. They could hold 80 men. So we not making up no lies like they say with the slave trade. Like they had thousands on one boat. It's not happening. It's not happening. It's not. It just can't.
Mhm.
Like that's gonna be some dead meat. That's all I can say.
Mhm.
Ain't nobody survive being tied up together. You know what I mean? For months on end.
Hell no. You're saying like if there was that many that were like slaves or something like
That
Yeah,
that
and
tied up
that's
all
what they
together?
show us.
yeah.
Yeah, and that's what they show us. They show
Because
you
if we show you them pictures, it's just
people lined
crazy.
up. Yeah, people lined up on the bottom of the boat like
Yeah, the
cargo.
whole hull, the hull of the ship, all in
Hmm
inside the hull of the boat.
I
And
was
they
just
expect
saying
us to
yesterday.
believe that they laid down for 4 or 5 months at a time like that.
Yeah, it's sick, crazy. See, they were really locking us up on at sea. We are the barbers. We are the Berbers. We were still to and fro. We didn't need a visa to go back and forth. And
Hmm.
and they were locking us up. They will lock you up if they catch you. If they pull up on your boat, you're in trouble. A lot of times you getting blown out of the water, or they're just gonna confiscate your ship because they know you got some good stuff on them. They know you ain't making that
Yeah.
trip for no reason.
Yep. Oh, and they knew that naturally because of let's get into the leprechaun and what the leprechaun is. Because that goes back
Yeah,
to the
twice.
Twa people
Yeah.
who kept a pouch of gold on them, and
Hmm.
people came to know that they were rich people that had money on them. So what do? You beat the leprechaun up for his gold.
Yeah. Amazonian women had necks full of gold. The men would put all of their gold around their women's neck. It's like when somebody get ready to fight, they're gonna put all their belongings on
Right.
somebody they love and trust. Well, we already got jewelry on our women, but we're gonna put all ours on her too. So she over here
Exactly.
looking like Mr. T with all this jewelry around her neck. And if you take me down, my woman in trouble.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? They were doing whatever to get the head off the jewelry, put it like that.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
It's crazy.
And mind you, Twa are traced all the way back to Ireland.
Hmm. The oldest people, like the 12, you can find them in Brazil. I'm gonna find some of my receipts. But
Oh yeah, that'd be beautiful.
yeah, every rainforest in the world, you find these 12.
Can you so from a conversation we had a while back, we were talking about the Moroccan Empire. You remember that?
Exactly. And I was
And,
just
and,
telling them, yeah,
and
Morocco
you
couldn't
gave
exist
me
without
you gave me a Mexum. I don't know how to
yeah, I'm
pronounce it.
Mexican.
It's
I'm
a
Mexican.
is it a Mexum?
Yeah, I'm Mexican.
A M
Yeah,
E
it's a
EX,
maxim.
E M.
EXEM.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Now,
Exum is actually Axum, you know,
yeah,
which is
we
EX.
went through that etymology. You broke that down real clean for me.
So Moorish, have you done like the whole Moorish consulate and all that? Have you done any of that stuff?
I mean, I made the mistake of getting with the consulate at one point, but I reject them. They not right.
Okay, now you got me curious because when I looked into the whole like Moorish stuff and everything, like I heard you could go through the Moorish consulate through Morocco and actually get like the Moorish
Yes,
whatever, the actual paperwork done and whatnot.
absolutely. Yep,
And
anybody
I've
can.
seen Well, I've seen it. I've seen it like
Yeah, I'm talking
Hmm.
about,
firsthand. I've seen somebody walk in and not have to pay taxes because of that same paperwork. But
Hmm.
yeah,
I was just curious if you had done that. I see your name up there and it had me thinking.
yeah. I know about them guys, and it depends because what you just said was a different way. I don't know people who went quite that way, but people are forming their own consulates, and that's it's like fraudulent. You know,
Yeah,
Yeah,
putting
okay.
weren't
their own
y'all
I
consulate.
agree
talking
with
It's
you
about
like
there.
putting
that
a
being
carrot.
making yourself enemy of the state?
Yeah, it's putting a carriage before the horse, right? Because I was with some good Moors. We reached the level that I feel like is the level because we we had put our counties on notice as far as that
Hmm.
I put like this as far as the jury pool goes. We were making sure we could pool together all Moors to judge over Moors. That's the way
Hmm.
it has to be. We need a jury of our own peers. There's nothing more important than that. Hmm? But as soon as we started doing that, for some reason, the agents came out.
And
I know we
they
was doing the
can't
right
give you
thing.
a
Hmm.
jury of your peers.
Yeah, we was doing the right thing. And
Shoot, the
we
more you know was spitting a little game. You was on their white state the other night. You asked that Disney question. They said, "Whoop." They don't
exactly.
like that. They don't like that
Peace Rock.
direct energy like a
Is that what
laser.
cut me off or cut it off?
Yeah.
I walked away and I come back mad as hell. I'm like, what happened?
He asked a very pertinent question to the identity of a corporation, and it kind of would kind of tie everything together. I saw it coming when
Mhm.
Whitesnake asked that question. I saw it coming because that is
You
one of
got
those
me tripping
questions
right now.
when
I walked outside. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I got to tell you this. I walked outside to check my bunnies, and I came back in, and I thought I had got like kicked for,
Yeah,
by the host. And I was like,
yeah,
what
I
the
know what
heck? So
happened.
the fact that you're telling me this, dude, I'm like, what the heck? Because I knew it was a question that pertained to the conversation. Like, it was a matter of like
laser
power and where
focused.
would you go with it. But wow.
It was laser focused. They did not like that because that kind of question right there sets the sets people on the path to identifying true things. You know what I mean? Like you pointed out something that that's literally information that's not it's not away from anyone's access. Anybody can know that information, but they don't want anybody to know that information. You get what I'm saying?
I was talking to my partner about that they cut that the other day. That's crazy to
That was
me. Yeah, I
wild.
understand what you're saying.
But I saw that coming because when we get into real specifics on how you can take take back your and I don't want to say sovereign being sovereign, but your freedom literally.
Hey,
Period, point
sis.
blank, can't nobody get in your way. You have full ownership of you, your freedom, and your surroundings. When you start getting close to those answers, that's when that's the information they need up on a high shelf. So
Hey,
that
sis, watch
question you
this.
asked, he asked. I don't want to regurgitate it because I don't know how that got flagged, but it was a question of identity that made Disney a separate entity, but
Yeah,
operating
yeah,
on
that was too
U.S.
heavy.
soil.
That was real
I like
heavy.
the way you worded that. That's pretty clear.
Hey, watch this. Hey,
I was
sis,
trying
watch
to
this.
stay away from what you
Yeah,
asked, but
yeah,
get the
you
gist
doing
of
it,
the
but you filling us
conversation.
all in. But you still filling us all in. That was perfect.
Exactly. But do you see what I'm saying about that question in itself?
Yeah.
It puts a spotlight on, oh, that's where I need to go with this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hey, watch this real quick because we know the New Testament is written in Greek, right? That's the number one reason I say it's not scripture. All scripture
Right,
written in
right.
Aramaic.
To me, the New Testament is a script.
Yeah, it's epistle.
Script.
It's the epistles. Epistles is what?
Yeah,
Letters. It means letters.
it's a
Just a collection
script.
of letters. Yeah, but they have scripted it. Yeah, you're right.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's a script, like we're watching a play
Hmm.
on the world stage. Come on, man. Let's get into it.
So watch this. In the New Testament is the only time we hear about the mark of the beast.
Yep,
Right?
yep.
What is the mark of the beast? What's that? It's 666.
Six.
Like I say,
Yep.
New Testament is written in Greek. We looking at the Greek number 666 and how it's written. And you
If
can
you
see,
really want to get into it, Ezekiel chapter 30 and 39, they talk about the Gog and Magog, which is the people devourer that are here, the cannibals that are living amongst us, because they are here.
hmm
Y'all don't want to believe it,
hmm
but the cannibals are here. They live with us. They're
Right
integrated
beneath our
into our
feet.
society. Uh,
I just said right beneath our feet.
right. The cannibals are here. They are with us in the same plane of existence, and people need to wake the hell up and see what's happening. They wrote themselves into that script that we're
Yep.
talking about.
And that's why things like Coca-Cola have what? They have aborted fetus cells,
Hmm.
cells of aborted children.
Lay's potato chips.
Mm,
HEK-139.
Mm-hmm.
mm,
Doritos, those lovely cheese Doritos y'all like.
mm. So look at this. When
Mm-hmm.
they've been saying the mark of the beast is 666,
Yep.
these Greeks have been saying that the mark of the beast is Allah.
Yep.
Uh, there was already in the New Testament prophesying the coming of Allah.
Exactly. And it was just them writing a script too. Because they are
Yeah. And
creating.
they created it. Yeah, they
They
made it. I
they
know what you
are
mean.
creating it. They're making Babylon. They're
Hmm.
having the beast rise from the sea. They're creating it. They're engineering it. That's why I told people, you look at Washington D.C. You see that pentagram over it. You see the compass on there. You see the signs and sigils. You don't have to believe that shit, but they know and they believe it that they're harvesting energy through these alchemical symbols. You don't have to believe it.
They know it. They've done.
Exactly. And Vita, back to what you said, and they really out here worshiping Zeus. That's absolutely it, because that's all of the deities connected to this. We got Columbia, we got Zeus, we got it's a long line of them. They even got Zeus painted inside of the state capitol building in DC. They have it in the Capitol building, Zeus, in the apotheosis of Washington. That's the name of the painting, but that is a representation of Zeus.
There's
So
also
this is
wordplay in there, in my opinion, too, because Jesus in French, je suis, is
mhm,
I am.
mm, mm. And the way they use "I am" is crazy. Absolutely.
Yeah, they might not like this image because TikTok just had like my phone is freezing up. To my close app, I ain't closing that, right? But this is truly where they get the image of Jesus. You know, people talk about Caesar Borgia and
Mhm.
all of that, but it goes back further, right?
Mm.
It
Rocky.
goes back to the first Caucasian pharaoh, the first
Mm.
Caucasian. Because people get mad when we see the Egyptian gods as YT people, but there was a period in history,
Mhm.
just like we have nowadays Arabs calling themselves Egyptian. Well, there was a period where some Europeans were the pharaohs,
Mhm.
were
The
the
Tamahu.
Egyptians. Were,
The
yeah,
Tamahu. That's why the
yeah, they
Tamahu
come
got
out of
kicked
Egypt.
out.
Yeah, the Tamu is a creation of from the Egyptians.
Mhm. And they
So,
got kicked out past the desert.
hmm and came back with a vengeance. You remember this is Alexander and all of those who came to kick
Mhm.
butt, right? So Ptolemy
The
Soter,
Ptolemies. Yeah, that's how
yeah,
I had to get to the Ptolemy
yeah.
family
Some people
leading.
call him Ptolemy.
Yeah, Cleopatra's one of them. Cleopatra, Queen
I I
Cleopatra.
got something I want to say on that because I think everybody was basically like the same color in this area, like in the Americas, all over. And I would
Mhm.
say that they're always arguing over the cradle of civilization. I think it depends on kind of like which timeline we're talking about. But at some point, there was like down in South America, that's where most of the people were. And I feel like they came up, and all this land was everybody. There was everybody all over it. And then like a small group of people traveled and got trapped in like an ice age up near like
Yes,
okay,
yes.
I was waiting for validation. Now I'll just shut
Yeah,
up
the
because if you're
dryas.
vibing with that, like that's what I think happened. They got stuck there, and over time they changed. Now my personal opinion is that these people that were doing all the traveling, they were already like the elites and the well-respected like people,
Mhm.
and they got caught up there, and then So like over generations, they passed down their same knowledge, and then they came back. Once everything melted, they all came back to their hometown, basically, and they're like, "This is where our ancestors are from," and everyone's like, "You don't look like us." And I think that's kind of where all this started.
Right.
Yep. Yep. Like even under earth, like beneath beneath every temple, like put it like this, I look at every pyramid as just an anthill. It's just an anthill. Because if you're studying these
The peak,
pyramids, you're gonna see that there was cities beneath each and every one of
yeah,
Mhm.
for
them.
the iceberg.
Yeah. Like I seen this one video I remember used to be on YouTube of an African woman. This guy buried her in a large room sized grave. It was like the size of a small room. He put her deep in, the dirt. But he didn't
Mhm.
cover her with dirt. He just hoping that, she died in that big box, you know. So when they came and got her out of there, like after 7 days,
Mhm.
she was like almost depleted of her melanin because we talking about zero sunlight, zero.
Mhm.
We don't know how
Blocked out
serious
from
this
all
stuff.
light sources.
We don't know how serious this stuff gets. That kind of you suffocate more than your body, your lungs at that point. Your whole body
Yep.
is suffocated,
Yep.
deprived. And I'm talking, we think, oh, it's gonna take some years. No, you go down there in that dirt and ain't got nothing but
Yeah.
bugs to live off of.
Even on a cloudy day, you have a certain exposure to UV.
Yeah, yeah. Period. The sun is great. It's gonna light up the whole earth, ain't it?
Yep.
You know
And
what I
it's
mean?
gonna penetrate. It's gonna
Yep,
penetrate.
yep, yep. It's gonna create a new atmosphere every time. Like water is actually a solid in its natural form. Water is a solid. Like water
Mhm.
can't even be pressurized. Like you can't pressurize water like squeeze it. You can't squeeze. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's gonna bust pipes. You know, water in its natural form is a solid. The only thing that makes water move is the sun.
Yeah, Vita
The
in the
sun is
comments said
pulling.
water is a liquid crystal. They beat me to it.
Mhm. Yep.
Yeah, yeah,
That's why it picks up
yeah.
frequency of sound and
See,
frequency of light.
and, and I came up with the saying that the number one, we know air is water.
Mhm.
That's the gas form of water.
Mhm.
You know, so I came up with the saying that air is an etheric crystal. You
Mhm.
know, this is why we have this dome and things. You feel me? It gets more dense as we go higher.
Exactly. Going to a different density.
Yep, we are. We are. We water.
Mhm. I tell people all the time, I'm striving to be that light being. I ain't coming back in this flesh meat suit. I'm coming back in light form, and I'm gonna travel. I'm gonna travel the ether, the galaxy, and beyond. Stop playing with me. That's what I feel about our current state because there are people who have figured out the alchemical process of being human and the transition beyond. I tell people, even at one point, seeing a rocket take off seemed like magic to people, but it's not. It's not actual magic. It's mathematics. It's science put together.
Hmm. For
Exactly.
real.
Yeah, you can't live forever. You can transition you as an energy onto a different plane of existence. And
Yep.
that's your real ascension right there.
I don't
But
want
like
to
this,
get too
I've said this
spiritual.
many times. Go ahead, brother.
No, I'll hear you out. Go ahead.
I already know what I'm gonna say. You want to, you can go.
Go right on it.
Yeah.
I got ADD, so ADHD so bad I already forgot, man. Go ahead.
Hey, you gonna pass it on to me, man? It's like yawning, man. Hold on. Hey, now watch this. Hey, when it come to water, like we already established that air is water.
Mhm.
That's the gas
Mhm.
form of water. You know, the solid form is ice, liquid form is that H2O. What I'm getting at is what is fire? Because fire can't exist without what?
Oxygen.
Air. So
And
Mhm.
it
fire
won't burn
is
long without
water.
moisture.
Fire is water.
Mhm.
Hmm? It's more of an
Because
etheric
the more
form, of course.
oxygen you put on fire, the bigger it grows.
Yeah, that's the only thing. Without it, if you give it no air, it would not. If you suffocate a
It'll
fire,
die
it's
out.
over.
Yep, absolutely. Go ahead now. Get
Have
on it.
y'all ever
Yeah,
tried to burn like dry wood though? I'm trying to say like it needs moisture too. It needs water in there to burn
Yeah,
too.
it's
that's
hard
what I
to
say.
light dry
Fire is
wood. You're
water.
right. I
Yeah,
know that
yeah.
from my
Fire is water.
fire pit.
Like, what is the smoke coming from? You know what I mean? It's got to be a water
So,
vaporizer.
right, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yes.
you know what I mean? For real. Like, it's the all. Water is the all. Like we always talk about Allah, or that God is the totality of everything. Oh, not this Yusuf the Moor motherfucker.
Hmm.
Or this the real Yusuf. I don't know. This can't be.
No,
Because last night it was Yusuf the Moor.
all of these things are connected.
Hey,
You
hey,
can
this a
transmit messages through water. You can and this is the crazy part about it. Through water, you can transmit messages either
hey,
through light or
hey,
sound frequency, and it will come out.
bro. I
Hey,
swear I don't
peace,
even think
peace,
I just
peace to the
invited this
room.
person. Hey, I was just scared to see.
Yeah,
I'm like,
I
I
wasn't
didn't
trying to
invite this
jump
person.
on. I just want to prove it was the real me. Like,
Yeah, I'm like,
Me
I
too.
didn't even know I invited you. I was scared as hell. I'm like, I ain't invite this motherfucker. What the hell going on? I'm
yeah,
scared
that
as
other
hell.
dude ain't got no followers. That's some fake page that couldn't even go live if it wanted to. So that's one way of
Yeah,
knowing
the
it's the
more you
fake
know.
user.
Peace to the more you know. Hey, I
Islam
ain't gonna lie,
Peace,
Wars.
man.
more
Hey,
you know. What's up, brother?
hey, man. I think we need to line them up, man. You feel me? I'm just saying, a couple of Indians, we gotta line them up, bro. Like some reason, but I mean that ain't very hard. If y'all want me to, if y'all want me to have it easy, now he probably tougher than them, but man, none of them ain't tough like that.
You ain't gotta
When it come to
line
lying,
nobody.
a
You
lion's a
ain't
lie.
gotta line nobody up, brother. You just stay in truth.
You gotta lie,
You just
because
stay in
I'm trying to
truth.
see who Yusuf can go ahead and take down. He need to take somebody down. Because I got my brother, the more you know. Hey, the more you
What's
know.
good?
What's going on,
Chilling,
bro?
man.
Hey.
Hold on, you know
Personally,
when
I
the
want
more
you.
you know get to talking, they shut down lives now.
Hey, yeah, we gotta be
That
careful. We
shit
gotta be careful.
down.
Hey, hey, but watch this. Hey,
down.
me, me personally, that I'm ready to line them up, man, bro. The more you know, I want you to. I want you to go ahead and get natural, man. I want you to skin them up.
Oh man, it
I
ain't
know that.
hard, man. One little, two little, three little Indians. Like, come on,
Yeah,
man.
exactly, man. I
It
already know.
Some
is
I'm talking
I
about
don't
they
even
acting
play
like,
that game. I
it
lead a deep sleep, fam. I try to be in that love, truth, peace, freedom, justice, and stay out the way.
I
But
feel
I
it.
have been catching a couple of them being real
hey,
greasy. But with that, I just get
hey,
silly and let
did
them know it's
did
Islam over everything with me
did
anyway. You
did
know,
it
we just
become
it's
talking
whatever.
scholarship. We just talking
then it
scholarship,
becomes
man.
at that point it becomes time for some tough love. Hey, let me show you the truth real quick. For real though.
Ain't no
Now
denying
let
my
me tell
indigenous
you.
blood, so I'm indigenous regardless.
You
And
know
I'm a
what I'm
Moor.
saying?
It's Islam,
Like
baby.
I'm the same as
We
you and you
been
trying
here.
to
It's
fight
all
me.
in.
I'm the same as you and you trying to fight me for telling you the truth. Okay. That's
Exactly.
cool. You know what I'm
You know,
saying?
I
Let you fight
look
with
up. You know,
yourself.
some of these guys are turning to Agent Smith on you. It's like the Matrix. Can't be trying to wake up those that don't want to wake up. They'll turn on you.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, that's true though. I ain't gonna lie. Like I ain't gonna lie, I was about to quote the Bible earlier. I'm gonna just finish it now though, because I remember, man, it's a Bible verse say, if you correct a fool, you make an enemy.
Mm.
Exactly.
You know, so we might want to be careful.
And you
I'm
best
gonna leave them
believe
alone. They
I've
don't
been
want
in
no smoke.
multiple lives for the last few days, last few weeks that I've been hearing nothing but dumb shit come out of every live, family.
Yeah.
You know,
I just stay
come in.
quiet. I just sip my tea and listen to their stupidity.
I
Yeah,
come in.
sometimes you gotta preserve your energy because it'll mentally drain you.
I come in with the Mustafa Jihad, like I'm killing everything. Like y'all in here arguing over some dumb shit. Let's
Yeah,
really talk about it. Let's put it together and make it make sense. And then everybody shut the
and
fuck up. That's how I be on some shit, man. I be like, God damn, like y'all motherfuckers arguing you ain't African. Y'all motherfuckers want us to be African. Hey, peep this, man. This is how the shit went down. And fucking, we the same people, different cultures. Like, figure this shit out, bro.
Right. Exactly.
The world was
And then
international
they get.
before
I heard.
1492.
I
Get it through
heard
their
a girl
head.
say on
You
the
know what I'm
live the
saying?
other day, I don't want to hear that BS that we all originally come from. What do you want to hear? I don't understand. What do you really want to hear? Because
You
that's
know?
facts on facts. The melanated being is on every corner of this earth, and you can't change
Cause,
that.
cause one minute we was all black, then the black people came from Africa, then we not black. Then it's like you calling Dominicans black. So like at this point, who the fuck is black and who's not black? It's like figure that shit out first.
Right,
Start
right,
there.
right. I was just telling Moorish that I was reading the document from Noble Jew Ali about the introduction of those titles into our society: Negro, Black, African American,
Mm-hmm.
and how they are to misguide us from true identity. So
Exactly.
when we start letting go those perceptions that are being drawn for us and come to our own determination, we'll be better off.
Exactly. And I mean,
That's what he went up
that
to
is,
the 1928. What was it? 1926, 1928 when he went to Cuba,
you know,
made the
Mhm.
claim with the United Nations.
yep. And it'd be like, that's why when you drop the most obvious hint and you be like, we're the original man. And then they be like, okay, we're the gods, but those people in Africa ain't us. And then you be like, what? Like, how that work? Like, if we're the originals,
We're melanated people. That's the commonality. We
thank
have,
you. Like, it
like,
can't
y'all
be more
missing that
obvious than that.
factor.
You know, it can't be more obvious than that.
Hey everybody, peace.
Hey, peace.
Right.
I'd be like, the most
hello,
obvious
hello.
clue is
No
in your damn
more
face.
nothing, but I'm just playing.
It's like
No,
the
but
most,
you
This
know
makes me
what?
think of my nation days because we used
This
to scream, I
No, I'm
hate to
just
use the
this
playing. I'm just
room
colorism,
is
but
playing.
the ones that have common sense and know how to talk like a human being. So it's all love all day.
I already know my grandmother wore a
All day,
fast, so I already know what it
Rocky.
is. I'm a princess around here, so I already know what it is.
uh,
But
I be cheering Rocky, Rocky. I always be, you know
Right.
what I'm saying?
I
I'm
don't be
always in your
wanting to
corner.
lay
let me,
it
let me
on
see.
them
Let me
like
see if I
that
got some.
because
Let me see if I
y'all
got
in
some.
it, right? And I was born in it. You feel me? So it's different
Yeah.
watching the collective and the people that know the secrets and people trying to figure out the secrets when they not really secrets. It's common sense, but you have all the answers, but it's like you don't want to put them in a proper place. And I'm
Yeah,
not here to teach nobody nothing, so that's why I stay out the whack. You
precisely.
but this
I'm
I
a
came up
master
here
Hey,
for this
hey,
student.
Australia stuff. So people talking about
Yeah,
hey,
DNA, right?
hey,
hey, I'm a master
I say it
student.
all the time. I'm not
So,
a
Morris,
teacher.
hey,
if I
I'm not a
showed my
teacher.
DNA, right, and I
Hey,
slap
no,
people across the face to show them that both of my lineages reach back to Australia, not Africa. And I've been telling people, I've been staying quiet like a little mouse. I've been trying to
hey,
tell them, go the other way, stay away from
hey,
Can I ask
Rocky.
you a
Africa,
question about the
stay
Australians?
away from
Why
Africa.
are their brow so thick? Why is the Australians' brow
oh
so
yeah, that's
thick?
that
The only,
Dennis Sovin. That's that
Yeah,
Dennis Sovin
this,
bloodline.
yeah, the
I was gonna say
forehead
the only
too.
reason I could think
Like,
back to it is go back and look at Grimaldi Man.
hmm
Look at
Yeah.
Grimaldi Man.
Mhm.
Those people had a heavy brow.
hmm exactly. Like they say a Neanderthal didn't have a chin. As crazy as that sounds, they say they didn't have a chin, and the chin came from that Denisovan bone. It kind of sunk downward into the jaw. We had a jaw, but didn't have a chin. A chin is a new, it's basically new on the scale of man.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay,
Hey,
explain.
What you got
hey,
up here,
Rocky.
brother?
That
Hey, Rocky,
still
where
go
you?
back.
Oh, go ahead.
That still goes back
Thank
to
you
my
for the
theory.
love. I appreciate you.
To my theory that we created all the other races. I'm sorry, I'm just stuck on that. I
No,
see an
it's,
advanced
it's not a
society.
theory. It's not a theory.
It's
It's a
fact.
fact.
Yeah, the
Mm.
It's a
sun.
fact.
The
We
sun did,
created
and the
all.
lack of the sun,
Yep.
the lack of food, all kind of things come into play.
And
Right.
I
So
think we
you get.
created the other. I think we created the continent of Africa and all that over there for resources, for real. Because
So
I mean, it's really not good with uh crops and stuff. It's really not. They had to change that land over and stuff and everything. You
That's
know, they
that.
had.
I feel like the northern part of Africa mainly, but there's huge farmlands in South Africa
Yeah, I mean,
and in the
okay,
mid of Africa. There's
right.
lush jungles.
Right. So it looks like a patchwork of put together. Now, if you building pyramids and moving 50-ton stones and giant building Easter Island, what's to say you can't move whole continents, place them together?
let me
You
see. Let
moving all of that other shit.
Ooh,
Think about it.
me see.
You
Let me see.
making these, y'all ever look at Easter Island and how tall those heads are and how big they are?
You're talking about some of
Oh
these
yeah,
we
old
go.
buildings they used to move like
old
across
located too.
towns.
Yep, yep.
I
Look
Hey,
at
think
the
look
the
at this though,
obelisk
right?
in Washington. That come all the way from God knows where. That is not an origins
Yeah,
from here. They brought that over here.
it's all Moorish architecture.
right. So, and you know what I think of the Moors? I think the Moors was a science or military regiment, man. And they were the
Come on
last
with it,
ones.
brother.
They were the last ones left. Okay. I think a great calamity hit our the advanced society, and that's how they took over. You know, either a pandemic or a calamity. Like with Atlantis, I believe that those engines that had that city floating, uh exploded. Because when you look at America, it looks like an explosion over there near the coast of California and all that stuff down there. You know, the Grand Canyon looked like a laser burn. You know, just being honest. I
Well,
might be reaching
It's
here a
a
little bit.
park right now that's moving in Southern California. The ground is actually breathing, like it's moving up and down.
so you know who these people
Hey, the
are?
more you know. Hey, the
So
more you know. I just gonna say, right? Like I be backing these people in the corner,
Breathing or
like
is it water?
they,
Could be
bro. I
that
be
too.
backing them in the
No,
corner
it's not
because,
water.
hey,
It's a
bro,
park. It's a state park
hey,
where
hey,
the biggest caldera is. And the ground is moving like right now. It's been moving for like 2 years. You
Mm,
could go to the park and see the granite moving in front of you.
damn, that's crazy.
mm-hmm.
They
Yeah,
I'm
block
from
you
Cali,
from
so
visiting. They
like
block you from
we got
visiting when
rolling
it's real
stones.
active.
But what,
yeah.
since it's so close to Arizona, do you think that it's a possibility it can one day be a glacier if it's breathing like that?
It covers 4 states. It touched all
Oh
4 states
shit.
from
Oh.
California.
So
Yeah, I'm
far, it's on
from
the
Cali.
fault
I'm
line.
from LA. You know a lot don't go down there in LA,
Yeah,
but
it's in. Hold on, I'm gonna get the. When I get by my computer, I'm gonna tell you what park it
Do
is.
you
I was
remember
watching a
that?
video of people in the park. The buffalo be running. And there's still buffalo and stuff in that park too. It'd be
mm-hmm.
buffalo, wild bison, all kinds of deers and stuff living on the land, and the land is like constantly moving.
Mm,
There's a guy who had a camera out there, and he was like, we came on a really active day. He said, you literally, he's like, I'm gonna climb to the top of this rock and you're gonna see the whole entire land move. And it's granite he's standing on. And
wow.
you just see it moving, like it's
Right.
moving away
Okay. So,
from a cliff.
Damn, that's crazy.
Damn.
Yeah, if I
But
can
the
find a
whole
video, I'm gonna show it
everything
to
is
you.
moving. Like the whole America is moving closer to Asia every day. Like Pangea is gonna be again. You know,
Yep.
Did,
it's just gonna be a different formation of Pangea. It's been
Did
many
y'all see the
formations.
split
Been
that happened in Africa last week?
Africa. Uh-huh.
yeah. It's gonna be the
It's in
back half gonna be
Africa.
broke off.
Yeah, like it's split
See,
and it's
see,
water flushing up.
yeah, I'm gonna say to me that's coming from the Suez Canal. I think trying to be man and trying to create what we wanted. That caused the
What about the
rip
rushes
all in
of
them.
ocean water that's been coming to the desert?
Hmm.
So yep, everything resetting.
Yeah. Hey, watch
They
this. Hey, brother.
they
Boy,
found seashells in the desert.
Exactly.
of course, yeah.
Yeah, there's
The,
a
the
Desert
desert ain't
is
nothing but the
just
bottom of the
old beach.
ocean, which is sand.
when I was
It's
when
an
I was
old
in
beach.
when I was in Qatar, we went to an inland beach, and it's a beach out in the middle of the desert, and it's filled with jellyfish, but it's in the middle of the desert.
Mhm.
I heard about.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Yep.
I still
Yeah.
watch the
That's just
Discovery
like,
Channel, y'all. That's my shit. I'm sorry.
Yes, girl. I love it. I love
hey, watch
watching
this.
nature stuff too, like with the animals.
Hey, sis, watch this. See, this is how we back them in the corner, right? Because they love to copy our information. Ain't like me personally, I can never say the more you know is copying my information because this brother already knew all this just like I knew. I ain't gonna lie, all Moors are well studied. And I don't know a Moor that just became a Moor. Like all Moors like been doing this for a long time. So ain't none of this new to them. But when they steal our
Let's put a
information,
disclaimer on that. I done seen a couple of people claiming Moors that are complete idiots. No, no. So
Exactly.
everyone claiming Moor is not well
Bad
studied.
all
No.
wagons.
right, yeah, I stand
There's
corrected. I
some
They
stand
bad
claim
wagons
corrected.
out
it
there.
just to try to make
Yeah,
themselves
it's
important.
a study.
Nah, baby. It's a new day and age. For one, people try to make us look bad, right? But
For
watch this. Uh, now they talking about the Negritos, who they think are Filipinos. These people, science calls them Negrito. Europeans call them Filipino. What do they call themselves? They call themselves Moro. You know, just
watch
like the word
this.
Morocco. Moro means Moors. So people are going to be able to,
Oh,
finally going to have to
it
accept that.
say
You see that?
Seymour right there too.
Literally,
Said
Moor.
earlier, I'm horrible with geography. Is there a way you could pull up where the Philippines is on a map?
Geography and geometry is my.
Yes.
I literally did
Southeast Asia.
school just to be put in private
I
schools.
pull it up. Hold on, I
Oh
pull it
my
up.
god, that's my shit.
Now pay attention here. It says what? Mariana Islands, along with Chamorros, and the Chamorros are the Guamanians, the people from Guam, but were
Yep.
later designated as Filipinos in Spanish census. The Spaniards first brought Filipinos to the Mariana Islands in the 17th century to serve in the Sesión de Guardia Civil Urbano Rural, Spanish army in the Marianas. Because of expensive Spanish
Okay,
taxes
I see
levied
you.
on
Thank you.
peninsulares, Spanish-born Spaniards,
Okay.
criollos, Marianas born and mestizos, part Chamaru and part Spanish individuals, many mestizos with darker skin complexions, would state that they were full-blooded Chamarus, Indios, to avoid paying taxes. That remind you of anything?
Mm.
The United States Constitution, Indians not taxed.
Hmm. That's deep.
Which I find interesting now because in my genealogy, I have a great grandparent from Madagascar who was married to a guy who owned a slave plantation in Madagascar and recently had like a fourth cousin on Ancestry or something reach out to me to find out about our Malay ancestry. And it turns out that it's like my eighth great grandmother, one of her negresses was very well Malay, and that Malay negress that they had, they took to South Carolina. It was just crazy. So
That's
it
amazing.
happens that, yeah, I do have this blood in me, huh?
So
I
yeah,
said that is amazing.
because you have
I'm jealous of
the
that map.
Asian,
That's what I need.
you got the Asian Asian slaves in colonial Mexico.
Yeah, but remember now, this is like straight from this area, which is what, Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia,
Malaysia, Indonesia,
Philippines,
Jakarta.
India,
Yep.
straight from this Indi area to Madagascar to South Carolina
South
is how that
Carolina.
happened in my case.
Yep.
Yeah, I got a world
It
map.
was a
Someone
lot.
wanted to see where the Philippines was initially.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was a lot going
Like
on in the world. Say
Yeah, so it was a
slave
lot
trade
going
was
on.
Kept
So
worldwide.
telling people go to Malaysia, go to
You know,
Indonesia,
the
go
slave the
to
mhm.
the
slave trade
other
was
places.
worldwide. People were getting shipped everywhere. On top of that, you had just people traveling, migrating. So,
Exactly.
the trade along the Silk Road, the trade along the sea. So it was a lot going on.
I mean, when the train was introduced into society, people wanted to get on the train and travel. So, what makes you think they wouldn't jump on a boat to go see another land or find a different opportunity?
You know.
Hey, hippie, have you looked into that Vanderbilt situation?
What Vanderbilt situation?
All right, so we were talking about the ships and like um at some point in history Vanderbilt came over and he started building ships mimicking I think stuff that he had found, from previous shipbuilders. And then once he kind of started all the trade routes around this area, then he found the railroad tracks. But the thing I found interesting is that he basically just uncovered them all. And so like somebody had already built tracks. I thought that was pretty crazy.
That's wild. They found old stakes though, so I believe that too because they found stakes that can't possibly be from the time frame that they're saying because of the metals that were produced in that stake. It's not produced in the time frame that they're saying that, like the Industrial Revolution when they were supposedly building train tracks across America. But
Right.
they
Because
found stakes that are super
Yeah.
old.
remember, there's nothing new under the sun. They had electric cars in the 1800s. They had moving sidewalks back in the
Right.
1800s. They just reintroduced the technology. They suppress it and then bring
Exactly.
it back out like it's new.
The more you know.
Hey, so y'all see this? It said the Negrito from Peninsula Malaysia once shared common with modern East Asian populations. They said most notably, the study supports an initial single migration wave of ancestors of East Asian populations via southern route Asia. Populations, hold on, yeah, followed by multiple subsequent migrations, then shaped the genetic diversity of Southeast Asia. So they're saying it came from, a southern route, which is obvious because in Negrito, like we talking about Malaysians, so we talking about dark real people, but
Uh-huh.
they coming from the Australian before they became Negrito.
Yep.
Exactly. Moorish, that's why you my bro.
Yep. See, and it's got the Joman up in there.
Yeah, the Joman. Yeah, that's where Chinese come from.
Yep.
Yep, 6,000 years ago, people the color of China formed on the island of Jamon. Where did it go? We're up there at the top. Hold on. Up here in the island
Yep.
Jamon
Yep.
in
Japan.
Japan, right? After about 3,000 years of them living on the land, they eventually invaded all in China,
Mm-hmm.
populated on the island. It was like good,
Is
man.
this
We tired
where
of eating fish.
so can I ask a question on that? Is
Uh-huh.
this where because they have like all that in that region they all trace back to the same DNA of the
Yeah,
Khan dynasty?
yeah,
Yep.
that came later though. Like this is
Okay.
6,000 years, and then they left there 3,000 years ago. So they
Right.
so they haven't been like people be talking about Siberians and all that. They
So this
couldn't have been. They
is
couldn't
this
have been there
the
15,000 years ago, 30,000 years ago.
The Joman would be part of the Asiatic people. So I
Yeah,
don't know how they're not Asians.
yeah. Like basically to the brother White State. Matter of fact, this is a good example of what he was asking about earlier, when people had to live in colder, stranded here, stranded there. Like I brought up, like this is what happened. These people were stranded on the island. Number one is called island, which is what causes people to be that stature. You feel me? Even elephant, like the stegodon, which is it got trapped on islands like Flores and Jamon, and eventually its offspring became much shorter, much smaller. So it's called island dwarfism. Yeah, it's called island dwarfism that they became that height, and then not having food, nutrients, only living off fish, having a pescatarian diet and stuff, being stuck on that island like Gilligan, they eventually faded out and became, so there's no way the Native Americans that crossed the Bering Strait could have looked like modern day Siberians or Chinese. They couldn't have years ago. People existed in Asia when the Greek.
You
Hold on. Say that again. It went out for me.
you chopping
My bad.
up.
Say
Nah,
that
my
again.
bad.
I don't know why it blanked
I
out for
say,
me, but I know you was hitting on it.
Thank God for
yeah,
all of
I say,
you blanking out.
I'm saying look yellow skin like a Siberian or a Chinese. They didn't exist in China in Asia 15 or 30,000 years ago. You know,
Right.
could
Okay.
have only been the Negritos.
Yeah.
The people that they tested in the mountains over there, they have DNA. They're melanated. Their DNA traced back to the oldest civilization in that region.
So, Morris, my dad sent me this. So I was telling him what was going on TikTok. I said, they trying to say we all out of Africa. He was like, oh, okay. He was like, well, read them this. So, yeah. I've been holding on to this for like 2 weeks, Morris. It's so funny you talking about this shit right now. I got so much stuff in my
Yeah.
phone.
I ain't gonna lie. I see you been touching on Australia. For real, I
Low
see you.
key though, you see me though.
Yeah,
Yo,
yeah.
there's an article on a website called Your Web. It's EURWEB about Queen Calafia, and in there it mentions how she also ruled over Australia.
She did. I'm from California. That's my picture. That's
Yeah.
who my picture is.
Yeah, there you go. Moorish Queen
I
Calafia.
think what happened is, that human genome project started with a bias, and once you start looking at civilizations, the civilization that they had within Australia seemed to be older than the civilizations of Africa, even. So it'll be like these Australians 9 times out of 10 see to some of these civilizations in Africa and not the other way around.
Yeah. I love you guys. Y'all making my night right now. Cause I'm like, why ain't nobody talking about Australia? Why everybody stuck in Africa? Go to other. You know how many different land masses people came from that was indigenous? Like they literally invaded every land mass where there were indigenous people. Like
Exactly.
people are not reading. Like I'm so blessed to be from LA with all them big ass libraries because, baby.
As Morris was saying, there's a problem with the timing now. With these people from Australia, Melanesia, whatever, we assume that they reached boats or whatever and started making it to the Americas as early as 60,000 years ago, 40,000 years ago. These A, B, C, D haplomutations didn't exist at that time. It would have
Hmm.
been them haplos from Australia. Now, the other nip in the butt is that Clovis culture or that Clovis tool set, the Solutrean tool set found in Southeast America, well, has nothing to do with this wave of people. That Clovis wave, what they didn't bring up in the initial studies is there's 50,000-year-old Flint and coal, 50,000 years old. With them tools indicate that people were there 50,000 years ago. The
Hmm.
wave of people that got there 50,000 years ago would have had to come directly from West or South Africa. It would have been too cold at that time to come from Europe or Scandinavia. So 50,000 years ago, in that Clovis culture, Salutrian said that was created in Africa, not Asia, not Australia, and it was found in the east of America 50,000 years ago. So now we can say these waves of blacks came from Australia, Melanesia, hit the west coast of America at particular times, and these wave of so-called blacks hit the Americas 50, 60,000 years ago on the east coast at these particular periods of time,
But
which would mean the Olmec, the Maya, and all of the eastern plains, all of them would have had so-called African blood within them.
look though, the blood type O, right? And I know I don't want to get into this, but somebody tried to debate me with this, and I'm like, no. They like the O type came out of Africa. I said no, the negative O type. If you look into the positive O type, that is descendants from Australia, which 15,000 years ago made it to the Americas.
Well, from the haplo chart that I seen on type O highest frequency seems to be in the Americas.
Yes,
Yeah.
And
it is.
then the second highest frequency lays over to the other hemisphere. So it would give you the thought that the type O blood type started in Americas.
Yep.
She's saying the O negative makes a difference, though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that
what I
O
was saying.
negative only been
With O
discovered in the
positive.
Bosque heavy that I know of.
Yeah, but it documented that the Americas, most definitely what you're saying as well, but it was just saying O negative is mainly indigenous to the Americas and it breaches from Australia,
So yep.
not Africa. O positive is very common in the Americas. It's over 300,000 people, well, African Americans, right, in America that have positive O type.
Eddie in the comments was saying some good stuff, I think, talking about locations and whatnot. But then he said something about Christopher Columbus, and I'm wondering why he don't know about the city of Columb, Columb, and the ship was just transliterated to Columbus, and then Christopher was actually Christophel,
And
so
wasn't
it's
he
the same name.
crazy? I heard a real story saying they sent that man out because they didn't want to be around him. So they sent him out to go be the explorer because some other shit, like, Christopher
Something
was a
like that. I
mess.
think he was kind of crazy, but he was already an explorer.
Yeah, he was an
And
explorer, but he was
Vulgar.
doing like crazy shit
Mm-hmm.
too.
He
Like
was.
he
He was
was not
vulgar.
a normal person. He was a nutcase. That's why they
Mm,
sent him out there.
yeah. And he left evidence of those atrocities behind him too. To every piece, every land he touched.
That's why I be like, if letters, read all. Don't just
Hey,
read
I ain't
everything.
gonna lie.
This-
I don't know. I should messing up.
What happened?
I ain't doing none
Oh,
of that.
I thought my Wi-Fi was messing up. My bad. I
I
was
don't
gonna
know the truth
say,
about Columbus. I heard quite
Cosmogen.
a few stories about it, Columbus, and it's like when I read, the Portuguese in West Africa, 1415, to whatever, and I read these other old books concerning, the slave trade, Christopher Columbus and the African Holocaust by John Henry Clark, etc. It's
Mm-hmm.
like, nah, Christopher Columbus was a child in a boat navigating. He was a child going up and down the west coast of Africa, Spain, Portugal as a child,
Well, that
and he
makes
been doing
sense.
it. He been doing it for 20,
But
30,
Pedro
40
Alonso
years.
Nino,
So the idea that he got lost and 100% needed these Moorish navigators, that's some bull too, because Christopher Columbus himself would have been somewhat Moorish, and he definitely 100% knew how to sail the seas.
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt. He was 20, 30 years in the game before 1492. He was in the game before he was in puberty. So it's a lot of lies that we got to unwrap
Cadillac
as
at a
far as
barbecue.
Columbus is
but
concerned.
but but they wasn't. But bro, they wasn't going far. They was like going up.
It's over here.
You know what I'm saying?
while
They
you're talking
never
about
even really crossed into
1492,
Africa. Like
sorry,
they
I was
didn't even
saying,
have big ships until they kicked the Moors out. It's like saying I had a car on 24s until they locked us up. They lock you up and they ride your
So
car.
I agree with,
And
they
so
ain't
that's
been
what
in the
they
inside of nothing. They've been on the inside of nothing. In the case of West Africa, the way they broke through the coast is they defeated some Moors, and upon defeating and imprisoning those Moors, they got the maps of the interior of Africa, and that gave them, a dynamic leap in their piracy. And the same thing in particular happened in the case of Americas.
Hmm.
I'm looking for that one. Where is it at?
Moorish. Why don't they never? They always talk about Christopher Columbus, right? And they talk about the Portuguese, the British, and everybody that
It's
came and
gotta be
took the
this one.
slaves. Why don't they ever talk about the slave sellers?
Mm-hmm.
They always talk
Yeah,
about
all
the
those
slave
ships.
catchers. They always talk about the people that came and took the slaves, but they never talk about the kings and queens
Oh,
that
right here.
sold slaves. Like I don't be want to bring that up because I know it's a sensitive topic for some people,
Okay.
but it's like, why don't y'all push further into the story? Like, why do y'all just stop?
See, right, because here's the stuff they're not going to tell you. So right here it says Columbus was not going to India for spices. He knew where he was going. When King Ferdinand of Spain ordered the Moors to be killed, persecuted, and
Yeah.
expelled from Spain, a lot of them joined other nations in Europe, for example, the Dutch. The Moors and the Dutch had always had great relations with each other. When the Dutch set sail to the New World, they brought with them a savvy sailor named Jan Rodriguez, who knew the route to the Americas and who spoke various languages,
Mhm. Yep.
including the
Well,
language spoken by the Lenape people of New Amsterdam.
besides one, they wanted to hide the fact that we was already international before they take over. To answer Rocky's question, when you read a lot of the history on, the people who were taken as slaves and the African kings who were selling or enslaving peoples and then allow people to be enslaved in their kingdoms and whatnot.
That's
In a
what
lot of cases,
the kings
you're going to
used to
find out
sell
that these
the
kings
villages.
you're going to find out that these kings linked up with the Christians to go against the pagans and the Muslims on their land. It was like they was
Mm-hmm.
hunting the Muslims and the Moors. So when you
Mhm.
look at Prince Henry the Navigator going through Ghana, going through Senegambia,
Mm-hmm.
and going through this and that, they're going to say, we saw the village of Moors and the Moors attacked and we took 36 people and this many Moorish women, children. And you're going
But
to
I read
realize
that
that
already. So that's what I'm saying. Why don't other people push past that, oh, they came and took us narrative? That's what I'm saying. Like, I've read these stories. I may not say shit. I may not sound all, informed as y'all because I've been getting my whole
a
AT
lot of
together.
people,
But I've
a lot
read
of
all
people,
of these stories and people stay stuck at those points. They don't go and read the rest of the stories.
a
People
lot of
don't
people
even
don't
realize
realize.
what I was gonna say earlier is people don't realize that King Ferdinand and Isabella was a Moorish kingdom. The Granada and Alhambra,
Mm-hmm. You talking about
that
in
was
New
a
Homebrew?
Alhambra and Granada, which was the south of Spain.
Right. Uh-huh.
King Ferdinand and Isabella, that was a Moorish kingdom at first. This is where a lot of the black nobility come out of Europe
Mm-hmm.
when you start examining that.
Okay. Because I'm just saying, a lot of books label people as Moors. Like that's when you read old books. That's the common name. So I don't know why everybody's stressing. Like I be laughing. I be like, what do y'all
Well,
read?
people don't want to accept the common name. Now, rather you was an
Exactly.
African and you was a Moor in Africa, there was a Muslim, Almazigh, Tamazigh, Mozabite, or a Wolof, or Igbo, or Isan, or you was in the Americas and you was a Inuyanawe, or you was a Pueblo,
Mhm.
or you was a Iroquois. You know, Moor was a title dumped on all of those people, relatively speaking, enslave all of the Saracens and pagans, all of the Muslims and pagans. We got treated as one group.
And that's why my father made me learn all the religions rather than be religious.
So
Y'all
yeah,
some deep ass
all,
motherfuckers. I love y'all.
all different routes to the same point. It's
Yep.
just how you interpret the information.
Exactly. That's dope. Y'all are dope. Y'all making my whole day beautiful. I'm gonna have a good day today.
So would you call that a pyramid in the picture?
Yep, it's a mound. A
Mhm.
mound is a pyramid.
I've heard people say otherwise, but I definitely think that's a pyramid, and it's probably like a better structure
Say
underneath that
otherwise.
dirt.
Telling me it was no so-called African-blooded people, no so-called Muslims in America when this empire was everywhere else, all through China, all through Europe, all through Africa, all through Philippines and Malaysia. It was 100% in the Americas, and
But
they
not
didn't
here
like
though.
that.
But not here though. Nah, never. America ain't. No, never. I'll be laughing when I hear that shit. I'll be like, man,
Like
y'all
it
really
And
think
then,
that?
smells
and then
so
when, and then when
earthy. Oh
President
my
Obama
goodness.
tells
Get
you
on
that the
that
Constitution was
vegetation.
formulated from the Quran and Islamic law, and that the Iroquois, Confederacy had this Muslim law that helped create the Constitution. What more do people really need to hear? But
And
people sleep.
that Morocco
Facts.
was the first nation to recognize the United States, but Morocco in North Africa wasn't established until 1956. So which Morocco we talking about?
Ooh, you got any more information on that? That got me thinking.
Yes, so Morocco, North Africa was founded in 1956. Now, here's the slick switch they did if you know where to find the information. So if you go to United States Codes, Title 22, Chapter 2, it'll tell you in there in 1956, President Eisenhower relinquished jurisdiction of the United States in Morocco by executive order. So if the United States is the 10 by 10 square mile district located in Washington, D.C., and it's located in Morocco, where's Morocco?
In DC.
No.
You said if it
Would
was in DC. I'm
would
sorry, I
you
came in the middle.
Okay.
I
So
came
the
in the middle
would
of the
you
United,
say
hold
it
on.
was
equation. I'm
Let me
again?
bring
sorry.
I
it back.
want
Let me bring it back. So the United States is the 10
uh-huh.
by 10 square mile district
Okay, the
located
district.
in
District of
Washington,
Columbia
Right,
D.C.
district, yeah.
So if Washington, D.C. is located in Morocco, where is Morocco?
in America.
Mm,
Ta-da.
I give you
Everything
one
outside
better.
of
When they
Washington,
say
D.C. would be
George
Morocco.
Washington, George
What's the name of
Washington,
the title again? You said
United States Code, Title
Can I ask a
22,
question?
Chapter 2.
Title 22.
Chapter 2.
Can I ask a question to the Moors?
Yep, what's up?
All right, since you stating that Morocco is in D.C., right? What
No,
have
Morocco is America.
all
DC
right,
is
all right.
is
So all right. So Morocco is America.
Yep.
All right, America, right, is a foreign name to this land because
Well, what other names did this land have?
it's biblical, brother. It's
No, it's
biblical.
not difficult, brother.
I said
What names
biblical.
did
I
this
said
land have?
biblical.
Oh,
Biblical. It's not
biblical,
difficult. I
biblical.
said biblical. It's
Okay.
biblical. Yeah. So basically, it's biblical. And did you ever did the origins of America and where did it come from and where that name came from, originated from?
Yep.
All right, bet. So do you know about King David? And you know he was a more like Master Musa and all of them,
Yep.
right? All right. So you know the history about the wars and what was happening on this land with King Slav Kush and all that. You know that about what happened when the Africans came over here and everything, all the wars and the East
Hmm.
Indians from the Asia subcontinent.
I'm aware of it. I want to say the Africans won. That's why the Caribbean islands and whatnot was
Thank you.
called Turtle
Right,
Island. And
right,
that's why you would see an African woman with her foot on the turtle at
right.
the place of
I know.
continents, the statues.
Right, that's a fact. I'm glad y'all noticed that. Right. All right. So
That's all recent history, though, brother.
no, I know that. That's what I'm gonna get to.
Now,
So
a lot of people don't realize Africans had conquered America roughly two, three
right,
thousand years ago. People don't
over three
realize
thousand.
this.
Right, right, over
Yeah.
3,000 years ago. Over more than that. It's biblical. It's biblical. It's like way like the
Yeah,
second millennium.
people can look up the African, like
Second
people in
millennium.
cemetery in New York, 1700s.
All
You
right.
talk
So
about
that's why
number
we in
kings and
captivity.
queens, no
We've been in
slaves.
captivity, and all of these names that we and all these titles that we accepting, those are the people that been ruling over us. And every nation all through this planet and this realm had their chance to conquer us
Specific
and rule
on
over
what
us.
names you're talking about that we're claiming?
Huh? Say that again. Like
I mean, anything that
Specifically, what
ain't
names you talking
Israelite.
about?
like nations, like all of the nations are conspiring against us. We the only people that strip without a nation. And since those Moroccans or Moors been here for so long, and our people been getting unalive here for so long, and
No,
it's
not
something
true.
spiritual
You don't know.
happening. Let me
You
finish. Let
don't
me
know.
finish because it's proven. But what I'm saying is, it's a lot of
Yeah.
religions. Like you could say the Muslims. You know about the Muslims that be out here and they sue selling the bean pies. Cause my mom was once a Muslim, right? And then you
Islam,
got right, and then you got my pops. He's a Christian. You get it? So it's like the two religions that came over here on boats, right? That colonized the Americas. And you, like we said, Africans colonized the Americas and they colonized the indigenous people all through the planet and mixed them up. All right. So how can we say we're the same as any of those people when we've been conquered for so long by these people that y'all claiming to say that y'all descend from and y'all on
Yeah.
this land?
Who's
All right.
y'all?
Now let me
Who's
break
No,
it
I'm just
down.
saying,
I'm
no,
y'all?
gonna
I'm talking
make
about
it.
the
Yeah,
Moors.
he
I said I
talking
was
about
speaking
him.
for the Moors. I'm speaking to the Moors
Oh,
that's up
I'm
here.
gonna
I'm
okay.
not
make
Well,
it.
speaking
my
to
grandmother
Hey,
wore a
hold
fez
up,
hat,
hold up. I'm
so
right.
gonna make it.
I figured
Hold
out.
up. I'm gonna make it real simple for you, my guy. All right.
Yeah.
So the origin of Moor comes from Mu. Mu is the lost continent that sunk. When the people left out of Mu, they went into the Yucatan. That's where you get the Olmec from. The Olmec are descendants of Mu, which would
So
make
y'all
the Olmec.
invaders. Y'all invaders.
Was that
Because y'all was sacrificing people and doing blood sacrificing. And so y'all was sacrificing indigenous people. So
the
y'all
Canaanite?
invaders,
Exactly, the
right?
Canaanite tribes. Who are the
Yeah, so
Canaanite
y'all
tribes?
invaders.
Man,
From the land
Yeah,
them
of
it was
people
them.
Canaan,
had
Canada. They're
had
It
all
was them
long
all over
dread
Sidonian
the
that we
world,
was
my
Canaanites.
guy.
It was the
No,
They're all
Sidonian
I'm
over
trying
the
to
Canaanites that
understand
world.
because
came
you
in
know
on
it's
that.
something all right, but you know it's something more like way above our thinking that's happening in the cosmos right now. And a lot of people is mixed with serpent seeds and mixed blood that the people that went against the most high chosen. So I just want y'all to know
see. I knew you
that
was tripping.
y'all,
I
all
knew you
that
was
Moors
tripping.
crap, look, all that Moors crap that y'all
I knew, bro.
regurgitating,
What the hell is you,
Hey, hold up, my
bro?
guy.
Bro,
Are you
what
are
you
you an
talking about is
Israelite?
crap.
listen, y'all
Are you
don't
an
know
Hold
nothing
Israelite?
on,
about
it's
Hey,
any of
let
all
me
that.
tell you
right.
something
You
real
don't
quick.
Y'all
even
don't know
know
Let me
a
tell
that
you
Hey,
lot
something
peace,
real
most the
quick.
about
peace,
none of
Israelites
that.
are
peace. Can I
Moors.
speak?
You sleep.
Morris,
Sleep.
let me speak. Let me get this one phrase out. I'm gonna say it like this. I will sow the house of Israel and the house of Jacob with the seed of man and the seed of beast. This is what it is. Like you say, we all mixed. One of my ancestors is the slave master, and one of my ancestors is the slave. It is what it is. We are what we are. E pluribus unum. We the new people now.
Right.
We
So
the
you don't
we the new
believe
Moors.
in nothing. You don't believe in the Most High. You don't believe in the Creator of the heavens and earth.
Hey,
You one
hold
of
up.
those
Hey,
Yeah, I
hey,
people.
my
do.
brother.
It's
Are you
Don't
an
believe in
Islam.
Israelite?
that.
Hey, you an
I'm just
Israelite?
saying the serpent didn't believe in the
Hey,
Creator
put
of
me on the big
heaven
screen
and
real
earth.
quick. Put me on the big screen real quick. Let me square my brother
I
away.
know, but I just want to let y'all know. Do y'all believe in the Creator of heaven and
Let
earth?
me square my brother away real
Yes
quick.
or
Put me on
no?
the big screen.
I just
Yeah,
want to.
yeah.
I just want the Moors to answer that because the Moors have all the science and knowledge. Do y'all believe in the Creator of
Yes.
heaven and
I
earth?
believe in the creators of the heavens and the earth. We call them Allah in the camp that I came from. I grew up Sunni Muslim,
Right.
but
It
we
doesn't
was
matter
more of
what
a
you call them,
Sufi
but you
sect.
believe that it's only one God that created us, right?
Correct. La ilaha illallah.
Okay. So if you believe in that person and you believe that we've been conquered by people that disobey that person, right? For so long, we conquer people. You think that those titles and those names that you believe in, that creator that you believe in, you think that he accepting those titles, or he wants you to move in and the title that he gave you?
I know not good. I know not bad. I only move with what I feel is correct, and the Lord would judge me himself when that time comes.
Correct. And that's what I just want everybody to understand that part. And I'm glad you said that. So you can accept all these titles and brands that man done made for you, but just know that is we way beyond this. We all through the universe and beyond this planet. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay. Because anyway, when you move on and you take the word Moor and you connect it to the Philippines, Moro, the Solomon Islands, Moro, the people in Guam, Chamorro, the Mers in Hawaii, the Mori in Italy, the Moranos, the Spanish Jews of Spain, the Mersin of Poland. I mean, it's one word connecting all these people throughout the world.
He's gone, isn't he?
He was,
Yeah,
I'm
about
just
that.
was
saying.
listening. He was
I'm
listening.
just saying. So you could cosmos this and cosmos that, but truth is truth.
He dipped out.
Hell yeah, better
In
dip
here
out.
hot and ready, boy.
Corny
Like,
shit. Come in here
He
sheesh,
came
kicking.
in real hot.
real hot.
Come in here kicking that.
Who you
He always
talking
come in
to,
here
my
kicking that religious shit like
boy?
we ain't already on that. Like,
He
bro, that's
said,
old.
"You
That's
But
some
Moors, you
people's,
Moors." I was like,
American
"Damn."
beliefs.
we
It's like,
Moors,
I'm
and
talking to
all
the
Moors
Moors.
aren't Muslim. Don't get it twisted. But if he
Exactly.
coming from the Israelite angle, that brother finna tell us you can't be in the Congress of the Lord for 10 generations or ever. Blah blah
Uh,
blah. You betrayed
and
us with
and that's
Ishmael and them.
and that's why I was like, pull up my screen real quick because I was gonna show him the Cherokee are the Israelites and the Cherokee are Moors. Like, bro, come on, stop playing with me. Like,
It
beat it.
wouldn't even been no women in this panel left it to him.
Oh, corny ass. Man, I be laughing at them clowns. Like, do some more reading, figure it out. Because now you're trying to take it from Israelites to the cosmos. Like, bro, you just skipped a whole lot of shit.
And he kept it 100. Long as you believe in one creator, he cool. That's Islam. Peace. All right. We got no beef.
Oh man.
And I gotta send it because I know where the fuck I come from. Don't mean everybody else do. So of course they're gonna come with all these. I don't know. I like people to put a name on it.
You
Like,
know, it's part of the puzzle, and they still ain't put the rest of the pieces together, so they still running with exactly
that's
what
what
they
I'm saying.
know.
And they didn't
And that's
even
why I be
think
like,
about
okay.
putting glue on the back of the puzzle, so when they do get all the puzzle pieces together, they can keep it like that, and they won't be.
Exactly. And then when
Listen.
somebody and then when somebody else try to give you a piece to the puzzle, you figure out if it fit or not. If it don't fit for you
No, you
yet,
put it in the wrong place. That's what it is.
right. It's like if it don't fit for you yet, don't get rid of it because later on it's gonna fit. Something
Man,
gonna
you
come
done
along and
threw
make that
half of the
other shit make
pieces in the
sense.
trash, man.
You know what I'm saying? That's why I be laughing at. I be like, bro, like don't throw nothing away. Listen, because later on some shit you came across might make sense. You be like, damn, I remember somebody else saying that, and
And
now I
that's
can
what
link this to
avoided
this.
me. That's why I'm not a part of nothing because I'm so conflicted. I done learned about every damn thing. I don't know what to do. I'm like, I'm just gonna sit here in the middle. It's safer.
You just got
It's
to figure
safer
out where it all
than
ties into, and if you do the
Nah.
history and you
So
trace back the
I
origin,
came in
I think
team
you'll figure
more.
it
I
out.
was
no.
born.
I've already traced it back.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just
what
the
I'm
fact
saying.
I don't know nobody.
Else, like who? Yeah, it's
The
hard
Yeah,
to
problem with
it's not a common thing, and that's what
right.
people aren't realizing. It's not as common as you think. You just can't go out there and be like, "Oh, my grandma was this. Oh, my mom is this. Oh, my family is this." You can't do that. Some people
No,
will look at you like you batshit crazy, like, "Oh, your whole family is evil." Like what?
Well,
My family
my
is
family
made
mixed on
shit.
mixed, and it was kind of funny because I was one of them kids with the bow ties and the bean pies on the block. I was a Muhammad University student before puberty. So I was like, yeah, I grew up to we're the Asiatic black man, the maker, the owner, the cream of the planet Earth,
you
God of the
know
universe. I grew up with that we're the original man of the planet
the
and we
most
seeded
basic
every
lesson.
continent. This
Mhm.
is what I grew up in. I grew up being told we were Jews and Moors. When I asked Granny, "Hey Granny, what are we?" and my Granny looked white. "Are you white, Granny?" "Hell no, I ain't white. We ain't black. We mixed with everything."
Yep. So
And we
the
got Choctaw and Cree and other things in our lineages. But I
yeah.
grew up in the Islam. You feel?
So the story of Hiram Abiff it breaks down into a lot of sections. So you got Hiram, which is Aries, the first sign of astrology. So that's what that's representing. So now in the story of Hiram Abiff, it's the story of Solomon's temple. So he's attacked by the three Jews or the three ruffians, Jubello, Jubellum, and Jubella, which
Mhm.
which signifies in the court system the judge banging the gavel three times. Why? Because Hiram got hit upside his head and forgot who he was,
Ooh,
and he
easy.
was
Remember.
placed into a shallow grave. And within that shallow grave, he had an acacia tree buried on top of him, which is an evergreen tree, which happens to be the symbol on what? The continental
Christmas.
flag.
Acacia tree also happens to be a tree that you can extract a very potent thing out of.
Hmm.
Yep. So that's why they say Hiram's buried in a shallow grave. In order to lift him to an upright 90-degree perpendicular on the square, you have to use the lion's grip. So that way it doesn't slip. So it's a lot to the story, man. But it's connecting it and applying it to You know, the little secrets that they like to twist into what they call reality. So that's
Hmm.
where you get the judge banging the gavel 3 times. It's symbolic of you being knocked upside your head and not knowing who you are.
And
Ooh.
it presents the three what?
The 3 Jews. So Jubelo, Jubellum, and Jubella.
Oh, you slaughtered them names. You did. You said them horribly, but it's close enough. Yeah, they all a J name.
Yeah.
I can
It's
pull up some
crazy.
literature on. I actually, they got his mummy. They believe they found him. Let's
Who,
see if I
Hiram
can.
Abed?
Yeah, yeah. Give me 1 sec.
Okay. I was just going with the pronunciation I heard. I don't know if it's something different.
Yep.
Well, if they all
It was
start with
similar.
J,
Juby
You
Lo,
was
then
on
Juby
it,
Lie,
bro. You
Juby
was
close
on it.
enough.
something. You was correct on it overall.
Oh, okay.
But
I
it talks
think
about the Masonic initiation and how they got to go in with the
The
one
blindfolded.
leg
Yep.
blindfolded, etc., and
I
how they
got
got to
hip to
play.
that back in the day. Remember what YouTube used to tell us about this stuff?
Yeah,
About
Uh-uh.
when they play
the
dead.
322?
Because all of that you're showing on the map is modern. Morocco was founded in 1956. Tunisia, there's a is it
That's
Tunisia or is it
probably
another? No, it's Tangiers. There's a Tangiers Island in Virginia, but there's a Tangiers, North Africa too.
hmm
That library looks nice, man. I'm kind of jealous.
right. Yusuf
Yeah,
got his shit together.
The barbarous
yeah.
tribe.
I got so many books. I don't know which one it was that went hard on Hiram Habib, the Immortal Birth. Was it an Insanomi Moore?
That
Isonomy,
book you
yeah,
had
yep.
I
open
saw
was
him. Yeah,
really that shows some real inside occultism inside of the Masonic Lodge.
We got a whole
yeah, it
bunch of
did.
Masonic literature in there.
Yeah, I
Well
got
versed.
the Book
That
of
book was
Enoch,
wild.
the Book of Knowledge, the Keys of Enoch. I got the Kabbalion, the Master Key. I
Damn.
went through psychology. The Alchemist,
Morals and
etc.
Dogma. Albert Pike. What's
Oh
the
yeah,
other?
I even got Mind Cough in here. Quit playing. It's just anytime I show it, they immediately bump me.
That
Mine
Albert
Coffee.
Pike
Nice.
book is a
Got quite the
dangerous book.
library.
Yeah, so Hiram
Yeah.
was a Canaanite Moor.
Well, if you
Yep.
really want to study this history,
And
and
Ruth,
then you can't
Ruth
study
is his
history without
grandmother.
studying language, and then you can't study history and language without studying law. They all go hand in hand.
All go hand
And
in
the
hand.
minute you
And
start
people don't
connecting
want
that,
you.
you
They don't want you to study that stuff too. That's why they call those books evil and things of that sort. Because they don't want. They want that knowledge to be
Conspiracy,
on the
yeah.
shelf. Yeah, they want that knowledge on the shelf. They don't want you to have access to it.
Of
When
course.
you
Watch
have
this.
access to it, you see what's happening. You can read the signs and symbols and the operation around it. You
shout
Because
out to
they
nothing
Evergreen,
want
can
to
pass
Evergreen
feed
you.
Plug.
you. They want to
Get your
feed
copy
you what
now.
they want
Crown
you to
Box
have.
Paradigm.
Yep. Exactly. Because
They
they
want
have
to
to.
feed you what they want you to have through that portal, which they call a TV. So everything
Yep,
that you have, they actually break it down into portions and deliver it in certain manners. You know what I'm saying?
absolutely.
So they most and that's why I learned at I be scared of myself. Like I don't
Right.
No,
y'all
that
think
let
like
me let me
yeah,
build on that because that's also what the algorithm is. They reading your data
exactly,
so they
Yep.
can control
They
what you're doing.
exactly.
they
It's
have
been a
to.
part of the plot.
Yep, they got to flip it and give it back to you. Think about it, a pentagram. So you see the 5 point star represents love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. But then they take it and what? They invert it and make it this sign of evil. The
Yep.
pentagram, it's all evil. Stay away from it. So now you take voodoo, same thing. So voodoo, they equate it with witchcraft, all this other stuff, but it comes from the practice of vodun, which is basically cleansing yourself before prayer.
hmm
And then what else do they flip? The swastika, because that came from the Ethiopian Iron Cross.
Yep. Ooh, you
Um,
getting on it more.
all that stuff. The cross burning that comes from the Ethiopian festival called Meskel, the Search for the True Cross.
Mm-mm-mm.
The Ku Klux Klan outfits come from the Negro Order of Seville in
Oh yeah,
Spain.
I knew that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, all
You
this
getting
stuff.
on all
It's
the
like,
Did you
knowledge.
know that they have a whole section in the library about that shit?
hmm
yeah, the
People do not go
Crusades
to
and the
the
That
library
Inquisition.
book he
anymore.
brought up, Albert Pike, that was the early origins of that ideology. The rules and dogma.
And it's girl, listen. Them books is well. I was
Feed the people
listen.
that propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's a coffee book
86. So I'm like
for
Last of the
people.
Mohicans when the TV just started, right? Yeah, I don't know if y'all remember the box, but that was like one of the first cable TVs that
Cable,
they
yep,
had.
yep.
And that
Mm-hmm.
was the era when everybody stopped going to the library and really stopped reading. You know what I'm saying? Everybody was
Mm-hmm.
reading at one point. This shit stopped when TV came about. I'm not even gonna cap. I'm 36 and I watched the transition. So from
Mm-hmm.
all the books, all the plotting, and I kept telling people it's a plot, it's a plan. Don't fall into it. Don't indulge in worldly things. Like people be like, "Oh, you religious?" Hell no, I'm not religious. But that
Mm-hmm.
shit in them books,
It sure, it
it's
sure
like
did.
guys, my boy. You better pay
Right.
attention.
Hey, remember they used to have the reading TV shows, Reading Rainbow, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood and
Mm-hmm.
shit. Like
Yep.
shit that
Yes.
would like
Yep.
encourage you to read, and then it just
Promoting.
disappeared.
No,
Yep.
Yeah.
into Toby on Roots and then it slapped everybody across the face. Like
You know what I'm
nigga that
saying?
used to read to us is now a slave. This shit backwards. I
It's
said, y'all
it's
see that
illegal.
Hey,
flip?
Hey,
hey,
hey, that sent the message. It's
bro.
illegal for you slaves to read.
Hey, hey, we went from we went from Carmen, San Diego to you know what I mean?
Carmen
Carmen,
said,
San Diego was
From Bill
"What?"
Guy,
teaching.
the science guy, to
I'm talking about
Hey,
my
Captain.
coochie
hey,
pink and my asshole.
hey,
What the fuck she
with
say?
Bill Nye capping ass talking about you move away from the equator, you turn lighter.
Hey, listen. He was funny as shit though.
Yo,
I
he was
seen
cap as
that
fuck on that
video.
one.
I seen that video you talking about though, about the
Yeah,
migration of people.
yeah, he was cap as fuck on that. They like then explain them dark
That
ass
man
people
to
in
say
Canada.
that. They told him to say that. Bill wasn't stupid because he was sitting up there talking about some damn Indians. Why was he doing that? I have no clue. But that was the last show that he made. But everything else, I'm convinced that he was being told to say that shit.
You know. Oh man. Oh
Yep,
man.
funny.
Yo, then you see the
Told me something. So my grandma was the queen of the sea, right? So somebody broke it down and said that was some type of I forget. Can somebody break that down for me?
said was some kind of what?
Like the queen of the sea.
So the Queen of the Sea, you get into the African tale of Mami Wata, the sea goddess, the
Okay.
mermaid, the
Hmm.
mermaid. So you're taking it to mer, meaning ocean, also a form of ruler or
Hmm.
overseer, pyramid builder.
So they said she was like a sheriff.
So she was like a sheriff type
Like
character.
she had control or she policed over something or she watched over something or had something of high rank or something of that
Yeah.
nature.
So right. So with it being that she was a mermaid deity, and you get the word mer meaning overseer or ruler. So it kind of outlines her position.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm
And it makes me
curious,
think
man.
that since she shared something like a sheriff, when we
Hey,
think of
Capri girl, I didn't know you was up there. I'm sorry, you said. I'm sorry.
when we think of jurisdiction and municipalities and whatnot, a sheriff is actually more of a proper authority than a cop or, a municipal officer per se. So her having a
Exactly.
status similar to a sheriff meant that she
Mhm.
dealt with the actual territories of the land and she wasn't in anything corporate.
Okay, so this is why because I'm trying to figure out because she had old folks center, um she had old folks centers, she had stores, she had laundromats, she had a lot of stuff like tailor shops she did businesses with, like she had a lot of stuff going around in LA before they re-gentrified and tore shit down.
Yeah, so she was basically like the governor of the area. She was running shit. She had all these shops, everything, holding it down.
Right, but she knew Moors too because they had tailor shops where they will embrace the M or sew the M inside of their clothes, on their cufflinks, on their hats, and that this is the world that I know, and it wasn't that fucking long ago because I'm 36 years old. So the shit that they're telling us is a fucking lie. But I'm not on here to be spazzing and crying and shit. But
You know.
I'm just saying because it's like y'all was one. I don't know what the fuck people are not understanding. Y'all rock with each other. right? It's a lot of y'all that rock with each other because whatever reason y'all got this understanding, right? And I'm just confused on why it's not back at that order, if that makes sense.
Because everybody wants to defend their truth and die on their soapbox. We're Indians. And then you read some books and you find out, oh shit, Indians are Moors, or we're Israelites. Then you find out the Israelites are the Indians who are also Moors. It's like everybody.
Aspect, right?
Right.
Because this is what I'm calculating. Like I said, I'm 36. I grew up watching, right? My grandmother go visit Moors and talk to them, and I see bookshelves just like you said, have beautiful bookshelves, beautiful artifacts, beautiful posters, beautiful feathers, ostrich feathers, just all type of shit, right? I'm trying to figure out how the fuck we get back to that because it's horrible right now. I don't
And,
like it. It's like the
and
fucking Twilight Zone.
the prophet already said how to get back to it. The people are going to suffer until they learn government, because government does what? Government controls economics.
That makes
So then
sense.
when we take it back to the original form of government, we have what? A republican form of government. So we
Hmm.
realize that the government is supposed to give back to the people, which
Hmm.
we know ain't fucking happening because all these greedy ass politicians.
Right.
So until we learn that shit, we're not gonna fix shit, because we're gonna be responsible for having to take it over
Okay.
in order to fix it.
So it's basically what I've already been thinking is just people not moving their ass. Got it.
Exactly. It's like
Got it. Because I knew it wasn't too. I know how to
Self-governed.
do math. Like I did trig in the ninth grade. You got me fucked up. I know how to count.
right.
I know how to do math on a business level. And it wasn't making sense. I'm like, am I missing something, or are people just not moving their feet? Like,
Right, because if they're telling you that the government is a business, and then you
which I've
study
been
law,
told, right?
and then you study law, and you find out that
Which
a
my
person
daddy
is
put
a
me through
corp.
paralegal school. Yes.
Yep, but you find out a person is a corporation. So
Yeah,
what? It takes a business to do business with a business.
that's right.
So if we know that the
And the
government's
people that are
business,
not claiming businesses are just talking out their ass pretty much.
exactly. So if everything operates through business, learn fucking business. That's what we've been locked out of. That's why our dollars only bounce once in our communities. Why? Because we don't understand how business works.
Yeah. Yeah, I got
Once
three
we do that
degrees.
and we invest in our own people and we see how much money we spend with everybody else per year, and we start throwing it back in our communities, then guess what? Our shit's gonna grow.
See, I think I'm supposed to be on the business aspect, not the consumer aspect, because this,
Well, the consumerism is business when you know how to conduct the transaction.
right? But
Because
see, the people that don't know how to conduct the transaction stay on the consumer side. So that's what I'm saying.
exactly
You
right.
still have to crawl up a ladder. It's a process to everything, right?
Yep, hell yeah. I mean, you're gonna
So
have to learn law, history, civics,
exactly. You have to
trust
basically dibble and
law,
dabble into every industry to get the
everything.
gist of what the fuck is really going on and how to align it properly. So that's what
Yep,
I've learned. I'm talking about healthcare, insurance. You learn the insurance over the
everything.
United States. You start learning shit.
Any anything
Right?
anything that involves commerce, which is everything.
That's
it's a
my point. Every full look, go in a
it's a di-
circle, touch on
it's a
everything.
it's a way to do
Got it.
things, and then it's a way to do things.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So thank you. Cause I really thought I was tripping because I'm like, damn, ain't nobody talking about what's in my head. I'm glad I
Shit,
stayed the
you
fuck
just
up.
gotta tap it. You gotta tap into the right circles. So
Nah,
shit,
because
we had a
Moorish ass was going around here on a rampage and he wasn't going live.
yep,
And I ain't had
yep.
nobody to talk to and release my thoughts.
But no. I mean, if you want a business aspect, like I dibble and dabble sometimes. I got my boy John Stefan. Shit, we just did a live yesterday with I forgot the cat's name, but we on there dropping like all kinds of shit. Like man, like look, people figure this shit out. This is what's going on. This is why tax law is important. This is why you got to understand what the fuck securities are and how they work.
Yeah.
And like
I
we,
do
we, we
taxes too. I do every fucking thing. I'm like a Jamaican out here. Like I do
exactly
everything.
because that's what it takes to manage your own estate. You're gonna have to be your own accountant, your own attorney in fact, your
Rocky,
own
make sure you
fucking
follow him because them lives been
your
crazy.
own lawyer. I mean, this is all the shit you're gonna
Who?
have to do to
Oh,
run
the
your
more you
estate.
know. I thought I was
Yeah,
following him.
please follow him because them
No, I
lives
must
he
be
be
following him
in
on my other
they be
page.
dropping knowledge the whole
Hey,
time.
Well, I
hey,
just
y'all
followed
check
him
this out
again,
real quick.
girl.
And y'all check this out right quick, right? Because I've been trying to show how, that the NAs literally have African DNA.
Oh, hell
That's
yeah.
why they never talk about DNA and haplotypes and haplogroups. Even though all of us don't either, because I never really have. But now that I truly, understand the haplotypes and what they're trying to, I know what it's saying. Because the only thing it can show you is your parents and ancient relative, not modern, not 100 years ago. No, ancient. It can show you ancient, and it can show you your paternal.
Just
And
say
that'll
it
get
again
that.
for Morris. Ancient.
You
Yeah,
feel
no.
me? So watch this. The in conclusion, right? Many West African slaves brought the U.S. carried this R-M173. This Y chromosome has the third highest frequency among West Africans, right? In West Africa, this is the third highest frequent chromosome, Y chromosome. The historical evidence makes it clear that many African males married NA, Native American females. It is interesting to note that those NA groups, I'm trying to see it. It is interesting to note that those NA groups with the highest frequencies of the R1 Y chromosome, including the Ojibwa, the Seminole, and Cherokee, are NA populations that experience considerable intermarriage, right, between NA females and sub-Saharan. That's what they're saying. Given the interbreeding between NAs and SSA populations, the presence of R-M173 among NA groups probably represents the sex bias admixture between females and NA females and SSA males. Like they can't resist, the black man is what they're saying. But even though we may be able to use the involuntary migration of SSAs to the USA to account for the frequency, you see, they only gonna add this up from slavery.
Oh, they gonna be mad at you with that one.
Boy, Seminole tribes. This does not explain the presence of RB1 in other NA populations. Hmm? This indicates that we need further research into the relationship between the R-P25 among NAs in comparison to the population
Yeah, we
carrying
see it here
this
on
Y
TikTok.
chromosome.
They act like they brother and sister on this motherfucker. Shit, we see it in full throttle in 5D.
Like you do not find this
Oh,
R.
this study not going to be new for the syndicate because I whipped this out almost 2 years ago. I think it just
Clyde
popped up
Winner.
on my year ago today post. Yeah, this
Yeah.
is Clyde Winters, and he's talking about that R1, and he's saying how it originally came from Africa and not.
For real, in real time, you see it in real time. Apparition.
Yep.
And bones that would have came from before colonization. The problem is everyone is going to try to call Clyde Winters. Say it again.
You blanked out. Like
Oh,
you
yeah.
like
So,
whatever you were saying was like,
Yeah, because soon as Morris paused, you went
muted.
out too.
Yeah, it
uh,
muted you.
all right, but what I was saying was Clyde Winters had did the work to prove that to show that the R1B was not European origin, but it was African origin, and he was able to show that variant of RM, whatever, is inside a nice majority of Native Americans or indigenous Americans, et cetera, which shows that it was African, intermingling, and you can't put it all on colonization because this exists in some people before colonization or some of the bones from before colonization. One of the major issues that I had before was that everybody's trying to attack Clyde Winters and call him pseudo. He was able to point out how identical genes or the genetic markers to identify Native Americans, he pointed out how they played a name game and they named identical markers different things just because they knew it was an African as opposed to an Asian, and there was no difference in the markers.
Yeah.
know if y'all
Now
can.
that's on point. Hey, watch this. They look at the chart right here. Once again, like you said, Clyde Winters. But it's showing like the last one under haplogroup. The last one is the R-M173. And it's showing the frequency of Native American carriers for R-M173 is 73%. Huh? 73% of these East Coast tribes have R-M173,
Oh,
which can't even be found in Siberia. It's only found in Africa. So they are.
a minute now. So the albinos, let me shut up.
Yeah, they're mulattoes. That's the whole point. They're mulatto. Yep. They saying that gives a final discussion of R-M173 in Africa and Eurasia. He fails to discuss the Y chromosome in America. Where does it say something about Siberia?
Trying to say, okay, now
Right
I
there.
get it.
It says both
Yeah.
haplogroups are found in Africa but are absent in Siberia. Right here, Native Americans carry a high frequency of R-M173. This is in 2008, right? The most predominant Y chromosome in North America is R-M173. R-M173 is found only in the northeastern United States, along with mitochondrial DNA haplogroup X at 25%. Both haplogroups are found in Africa, but are absent in Siberia.
Oh, so they're not.
So they
And
mother
so,
previously, because they saying the maternal DNA is a lot older in the Native American, but it's still found in Africa. So they saying she left Africa a long time ago. The mama, yeah, the Native American mama, and then their daddy recently came from Africa. Is what they're trying to say.
Damn.
They ain't got nothing but African DNA. They just started getting all this admixture.
And watch, they gonna say, no, they talking about the African Americans. Watch, they gonna find a
Yeah,
way to
all of a
flip
sudden we
this
Indian.
shit.
Yeah,
I can see it now.
all of a
They
sudden
gonna
they're gonna
flip
say we
it.
Indians. They were like, no,
They
they were
gonna
talking about
flip it
you.
on you.
They was talking about you black Indians. Oh, now they talking about they
Oh,
talking
now we talking about the black. I can't stand TikTok.
about us.
Morris.
You know how they operate.
Tomorrow they
big
gonna
screen
flip
for a minute,
it.
Morris,
I got you.
because this is piggybacking off what you're talking about. Because this is also through Clyde Winter's study. As you can see, it went through the International Journal, blah, blah, blah. Hope y'all can read that. I'm kind of tired.
Mm-hmm.
But going back to the Clovis that they found, and the tool sets that they thought came from the Bering Strait, that they were saying must have came from the Bering Strait in Asia, them tools have been found nowhere in Asia, just like that haplogroup or that mutation was found nowhere in Asia. And
Yeah.
that Salutrian tool set that created the Clovis culture was actually found in Africa. And they believed it came from Africa and straight from Africa to the Americas
Yeah.
roughly 50,000 years ago.
Yeah, I've been saying also in France, but all of this is coming from the Stone Age. I know what you mean.
And hold on, what's crazy is it's becoming clear that the people may have left Africa 100,000 years ago instead of 60,000 years ago to settle the world. And this indicates that the Proto-Australians in Africa made their way to the Americas before the Khoisan. So we're saying that the Proto-Australians and the Khoisan made it to the Americas. What they're saying in these studies. And these are all scientific studies that he know coming from different, anthropologists, etc. Just to piggyback on what you were saying, no evidence from Asia. All the evidence is popping up from Africa, the genetic evidence and the archaeological tools, or the tools that was being used.
Right, but pay attention to the narrative because they turned around and said who the Khoisan in Africa, but then they dug the Mount Murs are the oldest civilization on the planet. So you see, the Khoisan are descended from them. So they're still trying to flip it back to Africa when they telling you these things.
Point is, they say the Khoisan, but then at the same time, the Khoisan supposedly mixed with Cro-Magnon or whatever in the Kennewick man or whatever. This gives the Native Americans a link with Europe as opposed to Africa because they're putting it on Kennewick instead of the Khoisan or the Khoikhoi or any of the African known peoples.
Yep, exactly. So proving that we were over there and they were over here, twisting up the story.
I got
Yeah,
my brother Messiah Bantu.
I know I
Peace to
know
the
how to do
God.
math. They messing with my head now.
Hey, y'all check this out though. Matter of fact, I want my sister Hippy Dippy. Can you help me?
Make it smaller. In God's End specimen in the Ancient West by Raymond Drake, he stated that
Wa alaikum salam, Mosiah. Shalom.
the earth for 30 million years. Pygmy is a term used for various ethnic groups worldwide whose average height is usually low. Anthropologists define pygmies as a group whose adult men grow less than 150 centimeters, 4 feet 11 inches in average height. A member of a slightly taller group is the tripygmoid. The best known pygmies are the Aka, Efe, and the Motubi, or Mabutu, Mabuti, right? Am I pronouncing that correct? Central
Yep,
Africa.
yep.
Booty.
There are also pygmies in Australia, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, Papua New Guinea, and Brazil.
Oh, I
Say it
just said
again.
all that
Say it
fucking
again. Say it
names. I
again. Say
just
it
said
again. Say it
all
again.
those names.
Let's start over. The pygmies are also in, shout out to Rocky, Australia, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, the Philippines, Papua New Guinea, and Brazil. The term is also included in the Negritos of the South Asia, the remains of 25 miniature humans who lived between 1,000 and 3,000 years ago, found on the island of Papua in the, what does that say? Micronesia?
Yeah, Micronesia.
Ronasia.
Huh?
Mhm.
Huh? I told you.
That's fire.
That's what you. That's hey, the Twa. We know who the
Heck
That's
yeah,
pygmies are.
why.
P.
We know who the pygmies are. Huh? We
Yes,
talking
that's
about
I'm
the
why.
gonna
pygmies
give
that.
you an air high five, nigga.
You know what I mean?
The
You feel me?
pygmy.
Like that proved to them who the original people in America are. There ain't no way around it. You feel me? You find the Twa everywhere. The Twa the oldest people in the world.
Oldest people in the world.
Huh? Like when we
I
talk
don't know
about the
where everybody
Hebrews,
stands with the Jesus story, but when I think of that biblical time and that era, these are the people I'm thinking of.
like these were the pharaohs. The original pharaohs were the Twa. The Dogon and the Twab were a part of the Egyptian
My
culture.
boy got the Mr. T haircut though on their ass. Ugh.
Hmm. Hmm. Real Mohawk.
That's that knowledge.
It remind me sitting Indian style in the library underneath the table.
No travelers too.
Tis tis.
Peace to the God. We got Messiah Abantu in this bit. You know what I mean?
Welcome.
We outside.
We outside, brother. We outside.
Isn't Bantu just another type of people? Like, just a question.
You just mentioned them, all the pygmies and all those names that you just mentioned there.
Uh-huh.
You so like it said the Twa people, but they are originally called Abattoir, which is mean the father people. Abba mean
Oh,
father and Twa mean people.
got you.
Abantu is same thing. Abba mean father. Untu mean people.
Right. So basically, it's still a group of people, right?
Yeah, Netaru.
No, it is universal. They
Yeah.
are all over the planet Earth. Yes. Like today, they would say that the so-called Hebrew and whatnot, they would call them Israelite. No, they are actually a Bantu. You find them everywhere, like you just mentioned. All of those
Yeah.
names, you can find it in their Bantu language, which is
Okay,
the
so
same
they
thing
are
with the
still a
people.
part
Yes.
of the indigenous people, though, right? That's what you're
Yes.
saying.
That is the original. Yes. Yes, indeed.
Got you. Okay.
And they are called universal. With like their Bantu people are everywhere.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I got it.
But today our family call them Hebrew Israelite. That is the same people, but
Oh,
just different name. Yeah.
it's a group. Yeah. Right. Okay. Okay. Thank you for that.
See, put it like this, Rocky. You ever heard of the Netaru?
I heard of them.
Yeah, when you look at Netaru, NTU, it could basically be looked at like as a root word of Bantu, like as a compound word. You got Ba, which we know is that spirit, that soul. Then we talking about the Netaru.
Yeah.
So ye are gods. So that would mean ye are Netaru. That's why
Yes.
they call themselves Ba Netaru, the Bantu. That's why they say that.
There you go.
Yeah,
No,
Bass was telling me that
let me give it.
earlier.
To give another understanding. Well, my understanding, like the brother was saying, Bantu and whatnot means people. Long story short, father of the people and whatnot in the language. So Bantu could equate to the word people, the term people directly. Bantu means people in a particular
Like
language
Hallelujah.
of
Like
the
Hallelujah.
original people.
Yep.
But
Just like
also now
Hallelujah.
because of this linguist and this linguist putting together, language families, now you have what you call the Bantu language group. And the Bantu language group is what a lot of people refer to when they're speaking about Bantu. But this concept of Bantu language group is kind of flawed because there would be people not associated with the Bantu language group that would still be in the Afro-Asiatic language group that would be Bantu. You following what I mean?
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah.
Same thing. They mention of that. If I may say that one thing they will tell you in that studying, they will tell you that it's called Afro-Asiatic language. They said they already tell you that Africa is first, according to that narrative, Afro-Asiatic language. But they never told you about the African language. They never did. Which is the Niger Congo, which is one of the holiest, which is the Bantu language that is spoken everywhere. Because the Creole is the same from the same Bantu language and so-called Patois, and as though you want to call it, that is the same, and it's spoken all the way to China. And there's, I think that I was watching the other day in China, there was a Jamaican guy that win one of the graduate from the university with one of the highest honor, and they call him the Jamaican Bantu. That's how the Chinese people call him over there. For a lot of people, it would be like new.
And I got a little bit on it. The Egyptian language, the mountain of the moon, and the Niger Congo speakers, and the origin of Egypt. So everything is a Niger Congo base. And what happened is when they got to that side, the Asiatics, with the Asiatics, they changed the language. It's kind of like how the Asiatics or whatever turned Swahili into what it is today. Whatever that original African language is, or it ain't no more because it's been
Mhm.
changed up by the Asians and the Arabs, and now it's Swahili. But it's not some original African Niger Congo language anymore. And
No,
that's
Swahili have two language. You have one mixed in with the Afro-Asiatic language, which is we should call it the Arabic language, because one thing we have to bear in mind, the English is watered down Arabic language.
Yep.
I think you probably
Yep.
may know that anyways.
positive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Hey,
positive
that's
on
fire.
that.
That's fire. Nobody never put it
Yes,
like that, but that's right. That's right and
yes,
exactly. Watch this real quick if I can add, Latin, which is basically the base of all English language. Latin has over 4,000 Arabic words. So what is the basis of Latin is Arabic. So the basis of English is also Arabic because it's Latin. Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. Now the Arabic, the oldest Arabic language is it's Sudan. So the Arabic that they gave us today is coming from the Judo-Yemenese Arabic. That's the one that a lot of people, so which is the GMO one, which is the GMO one. But the oldest Arabic language, which is the one from Sudan, and that one is derived from the Bantu language, which we now call the Niger Congo language, which where we get one of the oldest and the first writing system on the planet Earth. That's what hence why you see Nigeria and them is one of the most intelligent and most well educated people on the planet Earth and get the highest paid on the planet Earth. They're actually coming from Niger Congo. And one of the first computer that they will ever made, it will tell you is the Ubuntu. If you guys remember Ubuntu. Now it is also Abantu Ubuntu Muntu. So the spirit of Ubuntu, which means I am because you are, and you are because I am. Now you could check out that that was one of the first computer they make, and the first computer that was made comes out of Niger Congo, which was the first writing system on the planet Earth. And it's why that they are so brilliant there.
Crazy he said that because right now I'm at school with a bunch of Nigerian guys
Yeah,
for science.
yeah. And one other thing, like Haki mentioned about Egypt, there is no such thing called Egypt, like they would put it. The place that they now call Egypt, for the Bantu people, is a graveyard. Nobody did live in the place that we now call Egypt. It's a graveyard. They were living in Ethiopia, and they were living in Zimbabwe, which is Stone Age, which means ancient, and all the way to Niger, Congo, and Mali. But the Kikongo was one of the biggest kingdom on the planet Earth, and every other kingdom pay allegiance to Kikongo. But if you go back to Egypt, the so-called Egypt, like they call it, is Ono birth Untu and Untu birth Bantu. So that's how we go. You could see the correlation there. Ono, you could see it all over the wall in Egypt, and the Bantu people is the same people which they now call Kemet.
I'm looking at the more in the chat. Like, damn, I thought you was on the panel. What you doing in the chat?
Yeah, I
Get back
did
in the
too.
panel.
I did too. I did too. I say, damn, it's a hell of a panel, man. And I looked up, my brother was going, but I say, it's still a hell of a panel, man. For real, I appreciate all y'all.
I think I'm gonna
But
drop down so
I
maybe he
see
can hop
where
back
you're
up.
going with it. The more I told you I don't fight it like that. But at the end of the day, we're showing that there is a genetic connection, a cultural connection, between the two continents going on the whole time that's been suppressed, basically. And we can see that there were with this particular groups of people that had to been all over the planet. And that's what we really want to drill into the people off the bat.
Absolutely, Aki. One of the things I wanted to explain to our people, we are universal. We are not even in one box in one places. We are universal. And sometimes we have to bear in mind too as well, our kids, that there was no wire fence. So you could go wherever you wanted to go. No passport require any of those stuff. You just get up and go. But it's when another group of people shows up at a later date, then a whole heap of madness start. The Indo, the Indo, Indo Eurasia people is when they comes about. That's when the madness comes about. Then you started with all this wire fence. But we are universal. So everywhere we go, the land is ours. Oh yes,
Yeah.
Empress. So in Congo, in the center of Congo right now, the big, they're all over the planet. When we say Bantu, we mean Bantu, Ba is father, and Untu mean people. So we are the father's people. That's what I'm basically saying. We are the father's people. Like no, they said God people. In the Bible, they would have said the Most High children. But you would have to go and check out that language for yourself, family. Don't believe me. Okay, that's how the European and them got us with the language. But somebody mentioned Jamaica. We speak Patois in Jamaica. And the Patois language is also the Bantu language. And the Creole is the same thing. And that is one of the biggest language on the planet. But like as I said, check, don't believe.
Hey, if somebody talking, I can't hear them. Like, like who is that?
Yeah. Can you hear now, Aki?
I
I
like that
Bantu.
can't hear
picture
them
in
at
the
all.
background.
Whoever that is,
Can't hear nobody. Thank
I can't
you,
hear you.
Dr. Appreciate you.
Hey, but watch this. Hey, brother
Much
Abantu.
appreciated.
Yeah, we appreciate family.
Like,
We outside.
like,
We
like,
get this one.
brother Abantu.
Yeah, I can
This,
hear you, Aki.
this don't look like Native Americans to me. Do it.
When you said native, we're like one place people, you know what I mean? I don't know why they said native. We
Yeah,
universal. Those are the
yeah.
European concept, which I don't mind. Yeah,
But I mean the ones they put on TV and they call Indians, the ones that look like, look like so-called Mexicans. They
yeah.
don't look like this. You know
No,
what I mean? Like this is the real Aztec.
yeah,
Like when you see the pyramids in America, the pyramids in India, of course the pyramids in Africa. I'm just talking about the other ones. 'Cause I want to ask you, like who, like what kind of people built pyramids? Did everybody build pyramids, or is it a certain people that was building pyramids?
listen, that's why I was saying
Actually, the
people not
beetle
getting
that
it.
they were utilizing the technology of the beetle. I thought that was their
Yeah,
tool
yeah,
that
we
they
know we got some
utilized
levitation
to,
going on.
huh?
We got some of that. I just want to hear his point before I tell him. Like,
Oh, I'm
we
sorry.
can
I'm
talk
sorry.
about
Go
how
ahead.
it's
Go
built.
ahead. Go ahead. Go
We can
ahead.
talk about how it's built though. Easy. I got you.
Oh, that was for me, Aki.
No, yeah, yeah. I was touching on like who are these great people in this world that's been building all these pyramids, or does everybody just do it? Is this something
No,
everybody does?
no, we were one people,
Yeah,
and we travel
yeah,
everywhere. But
yep,
our family not paying attention. They tell in the Bible that Satan come down and mate with the daughters of men. It was all black and brown people, one people. If somebody shows up at a later date, hence why we and them is not the same people. They only have like 1 to 5% of their DNA with a little bit of melanin. The melanated people, black and brown people, were always here from time past, all over the globe. But somebody came at a later date and started to, unalive and do purging and interbreed and so forth. 'Cause remember, we'll go to South America, the people are black. But today they look, you see what they hit mixing with Portuguese and,
Yep.
you know, Spanish. But
Right.
Portuguese and Spanish was melanated at one time, like as our people not for sometimes keep on forgetting that these people being, if you want to call them, that shows up at a later date and start to intermingle. So when they told you in the Bible that say that the fallen angel come down and mate with the daughter of men, because we are the only human being on the planet Earth.
Right. So that means somebody pale face came around. I'm I know these stories are correlating with real life situations, but they're not put in the form that they're supposed to be in for proper understanding, like allegory. I don't know.
Yes, you're right. Coding.
It's coded, right? Because these are
Yeah.
actual um events that took place with actual people. They just changed the name, locations, and sometimes the time frames, right? It's it's sad. It's sad.
It is indeed sad. That's why I said our people should be busy just trying to figure out like what happened. Cause World War I and World War II is to change everything you see they got on the picture here. But they won't tell you. In Japan, people don't ask to say the question. The Japanese named the war military ship of Congo with a K.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously they know something. Today, when the Japanese
Mm-hmm.
speak, the Congolese people understand the Japanese language perfectly well, no problem. They don't have to go to any school to comprehend what they're saying. The Chinese,
The capital.
say again?
I'm gonna say the capital of Japan is Nagasaki. Naga. We know who the
Yeah,
Nagas are.
yes.
Now they try to
That's,
say deity with the serpent body.
there you go. That's how they got us all the time. Messed us up with that. When you hear the Aki said, when you go to Nagasaki, when you go to a Congo, you will hear them use that a lot over there. Ni way, ni ya.
Hey, hey, brother Bantu.
Yes, Aki.
You're speaking on like Sonini, right?
Yeah.
I need.
Like remember my brother.
Oh my God, why did you say that? That's wow. That's
Yes.
wow, Moorish. Get out my
Yeah.
fucking head, man. I'm about to go to
Hey,
bed.
yeah, we talking about the great mother. You know what I mean? As
Yeah.
well as the great father. You know. So Sonini.
Hear nobody say that name. They're going to say everything else, Jesus, Yahshua, this and that, but you'll never hear nobody say
Hey,
that
that's
name.
why
God
y'all gotta follow
damn you,
Mosiah.
Morris.
Y'all gotta follow Mosiah or Bantu, or I
I'm going to
probably
throw
wouldn't
my
be saying
slipper at you right now.
I
You
wouldn't be saying
irritating.
it. If it wasn't for this good brother right here, I wouldn't be saying it'd be I probably wouldn't have found out about it until another year or two. I ain't
I've
lying.
been knowing about that name for the past 15 years of my life, and I've never heard nobody else say that name. Or it's like, it's
Yeah.
wow. And I know you say you got, but
Nene.
still, bro, like I've never heard no. And when I say it, people be like, oh, you crazy, you crazy. I'm like, how you from Africa and you don't even know what I'm talking about? Like, oh
So
my
watch this.
God, you tripping me out, Morris.
So
Get
watch
out of my
this.
fucking head.
Like we know about Sony, the music company, right? SONY. But let's look at the word son. SUN. The SUN
Oh
is
my
was
God.
the SON. And even further back, it was SONNE. You hear
Yes,
that?
oh,
So
hey.
Nini. So
Yeah.
Nini.
So Nene, Nani, oh my God, this is
Nanini. Yeah.
And Aki, there's
wow.
Aki saying that, remember they said number nine is the highest number. So all you have to do when you spell nine, just change the E interchange to from he to I. Nini.
Yeah, Nene. Yeah, I know. I made a whole post about it and everybody just bypassed it. Like, no, we don't know what
Yeah,
this is.
my wife named Nini.
Damn.
I
You
said I
got me
can't use her name in
smiling
vain
over
now.
here. Like, I was.
Yeah.
That's deep. That's deep.
They've been calling me Nene since I was a little kid.
Sister, if I may say, that name is written up there in South Africa. They call it Adam Calendar. That is the name that written there. And when you go to
I used to
England
do
with that same
missionary
soul
work out
stuff,
there. I used to
it,
do
it,
missionary work when I was 17 out there.
oh, okay, you did. You can find the same thing up there in England with that same stone writing there. It's the same name, and you can find that same name down there in medical because they have the Abraham calendar down there too as well, and it is the same name
They
there.
said it's about 4 or 5 places in the world where that name lies.
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, I think you find it in England, where the pygmies that you're talking about were living. They put it there, and you find
Mhm.
it in medical. You find one in South Africa, and you find one in China.
This is why my father didn't want me to be religious and he wanted me to travel the world so I could know the fucking truth. Man, look, this is dope. I think this is dope. This is dope.
And to be honest, a lot of people knows about the name because I was talking to one of my Aki and he said that he's an associate, one of his good associates here with in the University of Harvard, and they said they know about his name there, and they said that is the highest name. So
It's
Nini, not Nini.
even higher
In
than that. That is the furthest history that people will ever get to, and people aren't even getting to that. Like, yo, it's wild. It's like they're still, it's still
yeah,
crevice level. Like it's not even. They still on the
it is deep.
surface. That's
You seem
something
like
way
you
beyond
you've been moved, sister.
everyone's.
We've been saying this thing for some time now. Moorish been saying that. And I've been pushing this narrative for some time now. That is the name that I've been using for some time. Because
Oh,
that was the name that was given to Prophet Moses and Mount Sinai up there in Namibia.
wow. Because honestly, if you look, because like I tell people, I'm not religious. I was taught by a professor who taught me, right? I wasn't religious. So he went up the scale and gave me every religious name that is going on right now. He said it's going to be a time where all of these names, everybody's going to expose who they are, all organizations, religions, everything is going to come out at one time, but you will never hear nobody say this name. And you blowing my mind right now. Like this is wild. I never thought I
Yeah.
had this conversation with nobody. Like I'm freaked out. This
I've
is
been
dope.
saying this name for some time now. Even some of the people from Africa, they know about the name, but I have to do so much stuff to convince them about the name, and then they'll be like, "Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, you're right." You know, I said, "Go back to your mama's tongue." That's why I was saying to the Aki that the language, which is the Bantu language, is the oldest. They make sure they destroy that language so you can't see nothing. Because if you get back to that language, then this name will be the primary name, which is the highest of the highest. And
He's
then
how you
say again.
so he said once you get to the highest, you have no choice but to know and master yourself, which will not allow you to come back down further to indulge in worldly things. So it's like oh, it's like a game. They play these world.
Yes, absolutely,
You know
sister.
what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, I know.
trying
Like
not
as
to
I said,
say
I've
too
been
much.
checking. There's also some people came from Israel, right? Like on my
Hmm.
life, because I've been going live. Sometimes I go hard, sometimes I just chill out a little bit. But they'll be coming on my life and ask me, "How did I know that?" I said, "Am I lying?" They ain't saying nothing. They said, "How did I know it?" That's why they've
Yeah,
been
that's
asking me. And
wild.
there's a guy came from my platform from Italy. I think he's a member of the Vatican. And he also told me like I should not say that. I should just leave it alone and just, go find
Yeah.
something else and do. I said I can't. I shouldn't been
I
talking
think
about it.
that'll break the mold though. That will break the mold. Like,
Yeah.
see, that's
No,
something people
they
have not dug into because they can't. They don't even you know what, go ahead, Morris. I'm gonna shut up because I
Hey,
need
now I'm
to
saying we always talking about feathers, right?
pack
Yeah.
this. Yes.
Like when we talking about feathers, I be trying to like connect the dots. Like we gonna connect all lands because for some reason we can connect every land but Africa. We cannot skip over Africa and go to India, even though we know it's a connection in India. We know it's a connection in the Pacific. We know it's a
yes.
connection in Australia. We know all these connections, but all of that's connected to Africa too.
We all connected, Hakim, and I've been saying that, but they want to put us in the backs. You remember the other Hakim we were talking? What's his name again? I can't remember the other night. You heard what he said? He said, Brother Mosiah, friend, I heard you mention the name Sonini Nanini. He said, and he started to dig into it. He said, so many things started to come to him. It's just heavy.
Yep. Ain't gonna lie, that's powerful.
Yeah.
Like even when you look at Yahweh, when you look at Yahweh written in Arabic, I probably can find one of my screenshot. But when you see it in
It's
Arabic,
still under the scale of Sunini.
look,
I'm telling you, every
look,
name
sis.
that,
I
oh
know.
my
Because
goodness.
when you see Yahweh written in Arabic, is
Yeah.
looks like the English Nini. It looks like Nini.
You right, you right, you right. You are right. That language in general,
Crazy.
when it's written out,
It look like
yes.
it looks like the word Nini. And I'm
You
like, wow,
right.
this supposed to be the name of the creator, right?
Yeah.
Every language is saying it.
Damn.
Lesson for me.
I feel like I've been bust into a whole nother dimension right now. Like, I'm not even sleepy no more. Like I'm woke. Like I'm just yeah. I'm up. Like I ain't even sleepy no more.
Real.
Someone
See,
told me
so
that.
Like, like, I know
So
I can't go to sleep without learning.
is this deity older than Beth?
I don't
To
know, but
me,
it
they
dates
always
back
the
to
same.
the Aztecs. Notice what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
It's a cross in the background. Look like Jesus carrying a
Yeah,
cross, right?
it is. Yeah.
Ooh.
He bearing his cross.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
Shit, it sure do.
Yeah.
Aztec civilization.
Yeah,
So
the
now
X
when
symbol is
you
the real cross.
get in, so now when you get into the Bible in these different verses and symbologies, you realize they represent parts of the body.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever you see the picture of Christ, you see him with what? The flaming heart.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So the X is symbolic of the four chambers of the heart.
Okay.
You know how you know the X is the real cross? Because what do we call it? We call it Xmas. You get
Mm.
me? Christ is the X.
Yep. So America being Tamari, the land of Mary, the
Mm-hmm.
Ruth, Jesus' grandmother Ruth is a Moabite, so Moab, Utah.
Yep.
The place between California and Arizona was called the Red Sea.
Hey, you said that Mary again. Like I was saying earlier, Mary is another term for water.
Yeah, most definitely. The great mother is water. Even the word Maya means water.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Look at how many places in America are named Bethlehem, Palestine, Babylon, Rome, Jerusalem.
Oh damn! That even that Queen of the Sea just makes sense right now. Y'all just made that make sense. Like regardless if it has to do with Mommy Wata in Africa, but she was an Eastern Star, so
Yeah.
that you know
Like I don't think there's a Maya without your Maya.
that's what
You
I'm
know?
saying.
Real.
So that don't mean you didn't have um like you. I think you had mothers of the water everywhere.
That's
Because
how
you
you know
have
yay.
different currents, right? And you have different oceans. So why in the depending on where that landmass is, wouldn't that mother be able to control those waters?
Hey, watch this. Yay are gods. Like we like we be saying it in
Mm,
English, ye are God. No, yay.
yay, yeah.
Yay. Because watch this, we talking about yay, Hawa,
Mm-hmm.
Jehovah. We talking about Yemaya. You feel me? It's the yay that is God. That's why
Got
Yemaya
it.
means water goddess. We know Maya means water. So what means God or goddess? It's the yay. You
Yeah.
feel me? So yay are gods. I don't know if that mean us. I don't know if we yay or not, but I know yay are gods.
Because
Every
remember,
yay
That's an
you can
no,
think
interesting
of.
So
perspective. I've never
basically what
heard
I
that.
was just saying is
Yeah.
right, there's multiple. instead of okay. Yeah.
Right. So it's like this is the craziest shit ever, but it makes sense when you study every culture and their deities.
Crazy. Don't say stop calling your thoughts crazy. It's not crazy. But go ahead.
Right. So
Oh,
when you
yeah.
study each culture's deities, they're actually the same person with a different name. You
Mhm.
Yep.
get Ethiop,
Mhm.
who is Zeus, who is
Zeus.
Saturn,
That's his chief
who
title.
is
That's his chief
the
title.
right, who's the All Father, who is Wakea in Hawaiian mythology,
Mm-hmm.
who is what other
Yeah.
figures you have.
See, watch
So
this, bro. Every god is black. I'm gonna just cut to the chase,
yep,
and that's why
Yeah.
people
ab-
become atheists
Absolutely.
because they
Absolutely.
realize that atheists realize before you do that all these guys are black.
Mm-hmm.
yep.
That's why they come
Mhm.
with that narrative, Aki, that they have been atheism. A lot of our people fall for the madness because they realize that the
All of them,
gods are black. You're right.
And it's
all of
always
them,
somebody
every
behind the
last one,
mask.
Every last
every
one.
god.
Every single one of them.
Yep, yep.
Every
hmm
single one of the so-called prophet is the
Every
same
one,
thing.
Because
Right.
now
every
here's
prophet, every god.
the
Yes.
real trippy part. The Greeks
Sheesh.
got their gods from the Egyptians.
Mhm.
The Egyptians would be the Mayans, and the Cherokee would be the Greeks, and later on mix in with the Egyptians.
Yeah, Greek or the Greek.
But
Eh, eh,
what's funny was the reason why I asked that because the god Bess also has that type of origin as well. And
Yeah.
Yeah,
he
every,
listed
eh, eh,
yeah. Egypt
Everything
and
started
America.
there. Everything
Yep.
started there. You're right, sis. Everything started there. In Egypt and the world, that's what they got on there. Uno.
Oh,
Birth
Vice
it was
Hippie, I see what
best.
you're saying. She would fit that same narrative, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was
Mm.
universal law. Like we speak
It
on
was.
it.
Yes, it is
yeah.
universe. That's why I keep on telling our people we're not one place. We don't subscribe. When you say a native, it doesn't make any sense. That's what exactly the European and they want us to say. We are
Right.
Mm-hmm.
universal. The whole earth belongs to us and it look like us. Even the earth is melanated. The trees are melanated. The sun are melanated. The whole entire earth are melanated. The moon is melanated. So it all look like us. We are nature.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah. So we are universal, not native to one place. Universal.
Exactly.
Everywhere is us. So the European and them use all of these made up names just to confuse us. But we are universal. We live everywhere. And it's
Yep.
when they chose up we started to have problem. Look at that.
Right.
That's
Because
Uh,
beautiful.
before they went on their age of discovery, we was already selling the world. So you'll find
Yeah, that's why.
Greek and Egyptian
Mhm.
civilizations in New Zealand or Aotearoa.
mhm.
Wow.
So you
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? Like these people were selling all around the world. So you can find parts of the culture like everywhere.
They look
Hey,
like
that's the
pygmy
twa.
people, to be
Yeah, that's
honest
the
with you.
twa. That's the twa. That's the pygmy.
That's what
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Yeah.
saying. It look
And
like
then
the pygmy
and look
people.
at the name they chose.
That's what
Best. They
I'm
the
looking
best.
Yeah.
at.
We the best. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I got a bone to pick with DJ
That's
Khaled.
what
Right.
I got a bone to pick.
Right.
That's our
Number
shit.
one. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna bring up the fact he stole my song. He literally stole my song in real life. But I
Yeah.
ain't talking about that right now. I'm
Yeah.
talking
Look
about
at that.
he said we the best, and we know what best who best is. He called himself Khaled. When you look up
Khalid,
Oh,
Khalid.
I see where you go. Oh, no,
yeah, when
he.
you look up the
Oh,
Caledonians, the
wow.
Caledonians, the real Irish and all these people, the real
Hey,
European, the Caledonian, Cal
stolen
meaning black,
identity.
Oh,
they
you
were the
gotta pull up a
Calids.
Caledonian. You
They were
got
the
Mhm.
Calids.
Calafia, Caliph.
He ain't no Khaled. He ain't the
Yeah.
best.
I wanna see a
Oh. No,
Caledonian.
no, no,
Pull
no,
it
no.
up.
You
I
have
wanna
to
see it.
Aki. You guys have to understand what they did, because his parents is from Palestine, right? And you know the Palestine and
Mm,
the Israeli are the same people. The only
Yep.
thing that divide them is religion. That's all it is.
right. It
Yep.
divides everybody. That's what divides
Oh,
everybody is
Yep.
religion.
Yeah.
wow,
They invaders everywhere.
wow.
He ain't no Khaled. He ain't the
He ain't no
Nice.
best.
goddamn Khaled.
Huh?
Wow.
And that's
We
why
the
I,
you
challenge.
study all
We the challenge.
religions, because you find out
yeah,
it's the same message, different
it
messengers.
yes,
Exactly.
and you
It's
know what? It
different
could be the
parts of
same.
the same message if you really
It
think
could
about
be.
it.
You know what? Honestly, it could be the same name, but the problem is we're probably not even we don't know the original language. That's when we're probably in error, because what I find out, a lot of the Mayans and stuff like that, we can find that in
Translate.
yes, no, that is
Hmm.
translated. You can find it in the language of the African in India and all the way back to China and Russia, the same thing. Because remember, I said we were everywhere and we never had any wire fence, so we
Shit.
could get up and go.
Right, but wouldn't it be? So
Tell
you
them.
talking
Mine's
about a
best for
particular time?
Sumerian.
Or are
Yeah,
you
that's
talking?
Sumerian wings. The wings are Sumerian.
That's a best too, but Sumerian.
Wow.
Yeah.
Come on, man. He was a god everywhere he go.
Yes.
So you.
India,
Oh,
Africa,
I thought you were
America,
saying everybody is
Sumerian.
basically saying the same thing in different languages. I thought, okay,
Mm-mm.
No,
that's not what you're
It
saying,
is.
though.
the whole earth speak one language.
Yeah.
Eh, The whole earth. That's what I said. If you know the original language, then things will become easy for you.
Yeah, okay, I got you on that part. Yes,
Yes,
you most
that's what
And
I'm
I've
definitely
been
saying.
right.
saying that. I
Yes,
said
yes, yes.
that hours before you came up here. That studying etymology, the way I've been studying it my whole life, is no reason why I can understand all these different languages and break them all down, and I know the meaning. Why all these
Yeah.
words got same similar meanings? Like make
Mm-hmm.
it make sense.
Absolutely. Yeah, you realize it's similar meaning. Even
Yep.
doesn't matter if you translate it from here, the Mayans, and go all the way to China in the old Chinese language. It's the same thing.
Yep.
So
Yep.
you go to Africa, it's the same thing. You go to India,
Hmm.
it's the same thing. You go to Indonesia, it's the same thing.
He
Hmm.
almost looked like a Buddha, like the fat Buddha.
Need do almost just take
Yeah.
the beard and
Yeah.
shrink the head.
It did.
But
Really
remember,
did.
family, in time past, fat, somebody with fat was a beauty. They tell you in
Hmm.
the movie
Hmm.
with Shaq, Bolan, the beauty. Whenever time Shaq hit, they were how they grow up big ears. You remember that? Look at the ears of these stuff. There's a big ears and a big lips. You remember about the kissing and everything changes.
Hmm.
Just remember, just get the Shaq move when they call it Bolan the beauty, right? All of these images. Just remember when Shaq kissed it was the frog, and then it becomes a woman. I turn back, whatever I can remember that little movie there properly. It's the same identity with a big ears.
Yep.
When he kissed her, it's the beauty. They are telling you what was the beauty in time past.
But damn, are they trying to demonize the
Yeah,
Yes,
color?
they always do that to us. That's all they do.
yes. You didn't know that
Look,
when it shows up in
No,
Africa.
no, I'm getting. It's look.
You're looking
I'm
at the
taking
image.
it all in right
this one
now.
got
Like,
feathers. This one got
Yes,
feathers.
there you go. And the fathers were
Looks
not
like
over the
it's
world.
eating something.
Say again.
This one got
That
feathers.
one looks like it's about to eat somebody.
Oh,
Look,
that is
this
that's
one
what
that's
got
they
not our
the
want you to
deity.
think. That's
this one got
crazy.
the
Are those the beetle wings at the top?
And you go
yeah,
to the
universal. Look how
yeah.
universal this God is.
No, you
Are
go to
those
the
beetle
you
wings? Those look like the Egyptian beetle wings.
Mm-hmm.
like no, it's not
100%.
even the problem is you find them everywhere you go in the world. That's the thing. You go to the museum in England right now. They stole all their artifacts from Africa and they look like these one too. You go to China, the same thing. You go to Indonesia,
Mm-hmm.
the same thing. That's why I said our
Yep.
people got to know that we are universal. But they want us to put us in one place that we are native. No, we are universal.
Hmm.
Yep.
Because I
So
know the
everywhere,
Egyptians they had the vulture, right,
yeah, yeah,
and
Mm-hmm.
the beetle.
yeah. So who they
And
call the Ethiopian sister? It is the Bantu, i.e.
hmm
Kemet. They just use those names so you know what I mean, so you can't see nothing. Because the moment you find out who you are, then like you gotta be like, hold on 1 second. So all this time this was our name. And they lied to us. That's all they did. Look, the feathers again. Go see the Zulu them. The Bantu Zulu up there in South Africa with the feather jumping around. You go there into
Really.
Indonesia, you find that.
Yeah.
They don't only
Tell
do
them
that
about these
there.
feathers.
They still do that in Australia as well. Australia has feathers, and they paint their bodies in the same colors, the
Yes,
same kind of ways that they did in the Americas as well. And they
yes.
wear feathers, and they dance just like us in similar African suits. So that's
Mm-hmm.
why I say we're indigenous all over this planet.
Thank you very much.
Planet.
Thank
This
you.
is the
This
connections.
this is what they don't want us to do. Tell us, oh, you're the Caribbean, you're this that. No, we are
So I'm
you.
starting to think that the feathers was like an indigenous
Mm,
symbol, like of free people, like of some
yes,
sort, like because ain't no way everybody have feathers for fun. Like,
Mm-hmm. There's two of them on here with feathers. Boom. Boom.
see, these the conversations people don't want to have. See,
there,
am
Mm-hmm.
there you go.
I a
You see
Moor?
that?
Goddamn it, let me find out.
And
No,
look at the dates they trace back to BC,
Yeah,
BC.
before Common
absolutely.
Era. That's all.
All of them.
Shout out to Sabrina. So, she pushed that shit. She said, "No, before Common Era, that is all BCE means. BC, no, it's nothing crazy. It just means before they start fucking up shit.
Exactly.
Pretty much before they lost,
Pretty much.
before the new world, basically. You know,
Yep, yep.
But this in Europe, this in Pompeii.
oh,
That's
they
crazy.
disrespectful.
That's some
That's
Pompeii.
crazy. Yep. In Naples. That's wild in Italy.
That looked like what's his name? Baphomet. What's his name?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Baphomet. With the lotus flower
Mm-hmm.
atop the
The
head and all
goat,
that stuff.
yeah, with the goat
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they
legs,
tried to
little
take it.
legs,
Exactly.
arms, the big thick thighs, and the breast.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, let me
Yeah.
find out they
That's a,
utilized
that
this just to make
if
a
y'all
Satanist
was in here earlier, that's what
symbol.
we was saying. They take everything and
So
pervert it.
Yeah, because
Oh, let
Baphomet is
me
they,
just perverted.
these motherfuckers. Like,
they
what?
This
got
an
us,
Let's get
man.
them, y'all.
ancient god best, and then they perverted into that when it hits Italy.
Oh my.
Yeah, because look at Baphomet's head and look at his head, and you see that that's the symbol of the lotus flower.
And
Uh-huh.
all they did was change the arms, and they used those tables under his legs as extra legs to make it look like he got. Oh my God, they disrespectful.
Why is this
Yeah,
statue in Cleveland,
everything is
Ohio?
a mirrored version.
And this one in Cleveland, Ohio. How I get
So
there?
they tell you with the movie Alice in Wonderland or Alice Through the Looking Glass. So you're in a mirrored
Cle-
reality.
Cleveland, no, talk the truth, man. Cleveland, Ohio got a lot of pyramid over there.
Mm-hmm.
Lots.
Yeah, they do. Like as I said, our people just not checking. But because of the name that we're coming with, you will see. Pretty sure the big screen will be okay. Are you sleeping there? You will see the
This
same thing
one,
when you
this one in the
same thing.
Brooklyn Museum
Yeah. Look at
and
that. Hold on a second.
Metropolitan.
You see the name? Look at the name. I will show you a lot of that name there in the Bantu language in Africa. Or I
Mm-hmm.
hear what they call him Kemet or with Egypt. The same
Mm-hmm.
name.
Best.
Amalek. Amalek. You go to China, it's the same thing. You go to India, all the way up, it's the same name. Somebody mentioned Bet. Who said that? Look at that feather. That is in Congo.
Man,
This guy is in Congo. Look at that.
Who's sparking up? Let me
beautiful.
hit it.
Yep, beautiful. Mm.
So that coming.
I got to.
If you was talking, you went out. If you talking, they have a tendency to mute you when you're getting
Yeah.
on something.
They don't want our people to know the truth.
Look,
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
this is in Australia.
You see, and this is in Africa.
Woo.
The same thing. Give me a second.
You see them babies in them
So so
skirts?
so the question is gonna lie now, right? Where did these other type of color come from? Because now we have evidence that no one had blue eyes before at a certain point, and no one had this color skin at a certain point. So
That
where
is
did
in
they descend
Uganda.
from?
I brought that up earlier, talking
It
about
depends where. It
the
depends
ice
where you're at in
age.
the world. Yeah, because moon-eyed people come from America, so it's a possibility that even the Caucasian people that look Caucasian even could have came from over here because the moon-eyed tribe. You know, they say they got eradicated. You know, they got hunted down. They say people hunted them down, but it, you know,
Mm-hmm.
just because they had blue eyes or whatever. But you know, I know it definitely. It's you know, all these things just happen when you relocate. We think nothing's gonna happen because nothing happens to you per se, but your children are gonna be affected. Your generations are gonna get the effect of staying in that place, being deprived of sunlight to a certain level. We need it to a certain level. We children of the sun. You know what I mean? We are
So
equatorial.
where these people from right here?
Look, hey, put
There,
that picture back up. Put that picture back up.
there's Holocaust happening right
Messiah,
now.
put
Oh
that
yeah,
name
And
up.
most definitely there is.
yeah.
'Cause that was the writing. Like man, that looked like Nini. See,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
There you go.
Sunini
see
Nanini.
that?
Mm-hmm.
But
Yes.
that is literally how they write
In
Allah
Arabic.
or
Mm-hmm.
Yahweh. Yeah,
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
That's why I said you are so
I am
right.
that I am. I am
yeah.
that I am. And
Can't tell me that don't say
well, we
Nini
were
in
just talking
English.
about I am earlier. That's the oldest reference of the divine deity. I
Mm-hmm.
am.
Yep, the
Yeah,
moon eye
I
people.
Wow.
am.
And the Yahweh
That's
know.
why I said some when he my professor told me that, and he said this is the highest point that you're going to reach because it has everything tied into self as well, and that's why you need to know and master thyself. I am that I am, and once you master yourself, you'll master the world, and you'll know the secrets of the world. Like this shit goes so, and I
Here.
need to
There,
stop cussing
there,
too, but it's
there,
just so it's
Yeah. High
flabbergasting.
five.
Like
there, there it goes, sister. It is written on the stone up there in South Africa. Even though the European them remove some of the stone, that is the same name there up there in South Africa, which they now call it
mm,
the Adam calendar. That is the same name. There go the hen. But but I said,
damn,
and you can find it
Tips.
in England and in China and in Mexico. The same name written in stone. They
Mm-hmm.
said written in
everywhere.
stone, but it's written with stone.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Look at that.
Where you think these people from?
Mm-hmm.
Australia.
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say either
Mm-hmm.
Australia or the Solomon Islands.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Every Aboriginal person you guys have put up have very similar, like so many similarities across the board, and this is all over the globe.
These
Mm-hmm.
babies. Australia again.
Oh.
Okay? Like it's so crazy. Ugh. I think
Yeah.
we we
Papua
we
New Guinea.
we gotta get this indigenous
Hey, hey, so
thing
my
popping again because it don't make no
my
sense.
question is we don't see no Asian pictures of I mean like white folks. Like where did they come from?
Oh, the story of white folks. All right.
I'm
So
gonna go
Mm-mm-mm.
on mute while you explain.
okay. So
No,
the
give it to
story
him biblically. Give it to him biblically. He came
that's what I'm
from
about to do. I'm
goddamn
about to break it down.
yeah, yeah.
Who's
So
talking?
Yeah, go
so in
ahead.
the Bible, the more you know. So in the Bible, you have the story of Jacob or Yakub. So through Yakub, if you know the other version of the story, Yakub was a big-headed scientist,
Yep.
and there was something that happened between.
I know I said that before. I said they're the first type of AI.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
and shit went bad, and they just turned against the people who actually made them.
Right.
Mm.
So with the story of Yakub, his there was something that happened. His mother ended up becoming a widow. Now this plays into the masonry aspect later.
Mm-hmm.
But he swore to get revenge and that he was going to create his own race of people. So he took I forgot how many people out of the nation with him and went and populated a new area of the land. And what he did was he basically bleached them out. Once he bleached them out, he began splicing them with animal genetics.
Yeah.
So the one animal that took happens to be the Havara Negro or the troglodyte nigger, the chimpanzee.
Mm.
The chimpanzee, now you notice the play on words, right? The nigger, troglodyte nigger, because they throw it
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
back at you.
I Googled
So,
Mm-hmm.
that before. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
so that is why the so-called European
I
has the
agree.
highest percentage of Neanderthal DNA.
I agree because all of them was born with a tail.
Right. And so, with that being said, now you trace it to a more modern time and you get the wild men of Europe. So, when you Google the
Yep.
wild men of Europe, you're going to see
Mm-hmm.
these pale Europeans covered in fur from head to toe.
Hey,
Mm. Mm-mm-mm.
does anyone? Because I see more. I think Moore's have those pictures. Because
Right.
I wanted to see.
Right. The Moors
Because
versus the wild men of Europe.
yeah,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
someone showed me a couple pictures of that, and I never
Add
get
on
to
to
Photoshop. But yeah, go ahead.
him.
Right. So, during that time, well, actually, let me get into the story of that. So, the Moors and the Europeans had a war. The Moors won. They banished the Europeans into the Caucasus Mountains.
Mm-hmm.
When they did that under the order of Queen Europa, which is where Europe comes from,
Mm-hmm.
they banished them into the mountains with nothing but a loincloth.
Mm-hmm.
So now you look at the Masonic apron, that's where you get the loincloth from. Now, as
Come
far
on now.
as tracing it back to the widow's son, they're represented by the black widow spider. So being that, Yakub father was killed, he would be the widow's son. So the Masons, the ones who know the secret, know that Yakub is their father. He's their creator.
Mm.
So in this context, you're speaking about like genetic manipulation, then.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Because
Mm-hmm.
I heard something like that before. I heard that
So now, brother, it didn't
in
start in
ancient
Africa.
Egypt in ancient Egypt they actually had a thing called like incubator. Yeah,
Yep.
Like
that's the one
Inky.
right there.
Like
That's the
Inky.
motherfucker right there. Let me take a picture of that one right
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the word
He said
more.
incubator. Inky.
Yep.
there. Yeah, yeah. So they had an incubator going on where they were spitting out fake babies and fake human,
Mm-hmm.
which is why I heard they took that machine and they brought it to Iraq.
Yep.
I like
Yakub,
that
Jacob.
inky. I like that.
So
Mm-hmm. That's what I
this is
Molecular
said.
why
incubator. I like
this is why America attacked
that.
Iraq.
That's what Inky was, a
Incubator.
geneticist that manipulated genes.
Yep. So
That's tough.
now, when it comes to the origin of the word more, it stems from Mu, the ancient
Mm-hmm.
civilization of Mu, which is short for Mother Unity. So
Yeah.
that's where you get it from. It doesn't start in Africa. It doesn't start with the Greeks. No, it predates all of that. It's
Mm-hmm.
ancient.
Yeah. Can't
What
Yep.
if
forget that
Inky
You
is
get
Like
now?
or more or
What?
myrrh. So,
yeah,
What if
you know
Inky is
that's what
now Bill
Superman.
Gates?
Peace and
Mm.
love. Peace and love.
Mm.
Wannabe. Wannabe.
I wanna
Superman
Wannabe.
was
I
from
What?
wanna
Earth.
I wanna add some
Mm.
context because I've been researching more into it. As far as the
so yeah,
Yakub
Moors
story,
are.
Mm-hmm.
the Yakub story, it does fit if people, if you just wanna keep your research around that area. But if you research a little bit more on Yakub, the big head scientist,
Mm-hmm.
and the other beings that are out there, there is a story that I came across who are the Zeta Reticuli. Now, if you understand the origin story of why we are in this position that we're in today, is because of If you read the Yaqub story, you have the disagreeables and the agreeables.
Hmm.
That being said, now the no one is taught, or everyone has simply forgotten who their natural enemies are and who are the roster of the disagreeables. That being said, the disagreeable that resembles the Yaqub, or this big head scientist, is the Zeta Reticuli, who are also demons. They classify as daemons, Daemons, daemons. The original terminology of what we say demons. That being said, they were the disagreeables were given a certain amount of time to be able to alter God's creations and turn
Yep.
them away from God and the path of God, and taint them into the path of the opposite of what
Yep.
God is. Whatever that interpretation may be, people say Satanist, or whatever the case
I
may
say
be.
transhumanism,
Yeah.
the
Transhuman.
combination of us becoming computer man and a
Yes,
combination of bio
right,
and
right,
mechanical.
right. So that being said, we pretty much jump started our evolution and everything in that because we were created by the highest order of the Anus, and we were gifted their supreme genetics, because they've taken millennia, if you want to say light years, they've taken light years, or whatever the case may be, however
Hmm.
you want to gauge time. They have perfected their genealogy into what they are now, and they ended up just giving it to us, and everybody else was pissed because they
Hmm.
were like, wait, we've been doing, out here grinding and busting ass to be able and surviving great cataclysms and wars and things of that nature, and they just given this type of stuff. So whoever God is, or whoever wants to interpretate what God is, that
Hmm.
being said, that being or entity was like, hey, okay, well, you can prove, we'll give you dominion over them, and you can prove to me how they are not me, and how they're not they don't deserve what I have given them.
Hmm.
So right now, this is what we are under. Now, as far as like Yakub is concerned, I understand, yeah, that does make sense. But when you look at it from the disagreeables versus the agreeables, and you understand the roster of the disagreeables, then you can start to place who is who and what story fits what. So for me, this is
Hmm.
my own research, and that whole Yakub story, the big head scientist. If you think about it, the Zeta Reticuli has the same size head as this man,
Hmm.
and they got the same build as what he looks like. You know what I mean? So it makes sense. And then master
Hmm.
geneticists,
And it came from inner earth.
But
exactly, and then they came
and
from
there's
all
been
the places.
depictions of these big head people before in like on hieroglyphs and pallets
Not
inside
only
of
that,
stone tablets.
not only that, they're finding all types of quote unquote alien artifacts, which I don't think they're alien. I think they're extraterrestrial,
Yep.
or they might be
Yep.
terrestrial, because I think they've been here for a very long time. Um, that being said, they're finding all of these extraterrestrial artifacts in Mexico, and then you've seen these saucers with you can take off the top of the saucer, and then they got other hidden meanings inside. All of these Europeans are
Yes.
posting it all over TikTok. That being said, that we had these relations with these people, and I think personally, that these beings were working with the inhabitants of Central America and South America,
Hmm.
the new inhabitants, because um they are a hybrid race.
Hmm.
And I don't mean that in anybody in the comment section, or whatever the case may be. I don't mean that in any terms of disrespect. This is all factual information. You guys are all mixed. What that may be is up to you to figure out, and stop, you know, resulting in quarrels with other people who try to tell you the
Hmm.
truth. Um,
Hey,
Yes.
I really would say they should put that all aside, because to co-sign on what you're saying, these entities are interdimensional. And
Yes.
I feel like the Philadelphia experiment was one of their first contacts with it. And this CERN that they are using is another way that they're opening up these portals for these interdimensional beings to come in. And I feel like this is where all the sciences that are what we would consider to be forbidden, because we wouldn't take a nano particle of any type to change our DNA, or would want to. I don't know anyone who would like accept that, or eat lettuce with a vaccine in it. Like, I
No,
don't
they're
know who
breaking
genuinely
trees.
wants those types of things in their future.
They're
But
breaking
these
galactic
are
trees. They're all breaking galactic trees, and that's why there's an intervention that's happening, because there were certain rules and guidelines they were supposed to let us know. It was like there's certain rules to the contract that the disagreeables created, and that we had to let know and willingly made the choice to side with them. And they are doing they're breaking rules. Before they were bending rules, now they're breaking rules.
hmm hmm
Um, that being said, how do you think they built CERN? What do you think CERN is mimics? What is the exact replica, the living replica of CERN?
There's a
I'm
bunch of
questioning.
CERNs.
a field.
Like, have you
No, it's the black woman's womb. If you think about it,
Oh
particles.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's the
Uh huh.
black woman's womb.
Tatiana, I like her. She on point.
Yeah, it's the interdimensional. The
hmm
interdimensional.
ooh, they cut them down. Telling too much.
Yeah, yeah. You got to pump the brakes.
But
They,
yeah,
they.
y'all familiar with Stranger Things, right?
Yep, yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
this is a
Yep.
womb.
hmm
This is a
So
womb.
that comes from the Montauk tribe out in Long Island, New York.
Yep.
Exactly.
So that's where they
Fact.
based their story off of. So
The
now the
Montauk
Montauk tribe,
Project.
right? The Montauk tribe are descended from, or their bloodline comes from King David, and there's a princess named Pocahontas Pharaoh.
Mm.
She was born on 15 February 1890. No, 1878.
Mm. I think you just blanked out.
Which King David?
Mm.
First King, well, the
Yeah.
very first King David I heard
Oh,
of
thank
was
you,
like
Lord.
1600s, and he's the one that like casted this, gave the order for slavery amongst other lands or something like that. So this is
Hey,
King David the
King of
what?
Hearts. Shout out.
Raki, that's a Zeta right there. That's a
Yeah,
Huh?
Zeta.
so
Your
her
face
father was
is
known as King David Pharaoh.
Pharaoh. Okay, got it.
hmm
But you see the linkage between the Indians, so-called Indians, and the Egyptians. They were still carrying the name Pharaoh.
Right, like my name is Raquel. Right, what is Ra?
mm
Hmm
Kel, I, right,
Wow.
sun god, whatever. So yeah, my parents knew exactly what they were naming me. So yeah, most definitely.
Can't escape it.
I
Yeah.
gotta say something about that genetic manipulation. Um, well, first off, I don't know that I believe in aliens, and then I wouldn't go as far as to say that they like genetically modified back then, but I also wouldn't debate it because something I found interesting was the Moreau experiments and how they were able to basically change the entire physiology of the body by like doing blood transfers from animals into humans.
Now correlate
Yeah.
that with
That's like
the
eating
island,
meat.
the
well.
island of Dr. Moreau.
Hmm
A
Oh,
lot
that's
of
what I'm
people don't know
talking
about
about. That's
that.
the same
Yeah, a
That's
lot
the
of
thing.
people
point of
don't know
eating
about that.
meat.
Mhm.
See, that's the danger of eating meat and not having real nutrients.
I was going to say he said he doesn't believe in aliens. If you think about all of the abduction stories, who generally is getting abducted? And if you think about who's generally getting abducted, those are the Tamahu. The Tamahu are the beings that this terminology was written on the walls of Egypt. They were, or the Tamaho means the created ones or the created race. Now, if you think about the created race and why they get abducted, the reason why they get abducted is because they lack melanin. Melanin is a codex, is almost like a Norton antivirus. And it blocks you from being able to be hacked or tampered with the body, because the body is like a computer, like a master computer. And that being said, once the lack of luster of melanin was created, and the black woman birthed this non-melanated being from, let's say, the Yakub story or whatever the case may be. I strongly believe, and I would, that the Zeta Reticuli got a hold of them and brought them below into what you guys said, the incubators, because Enki was also a master geneticist as well. And that everybody is, even the reps are master geneticists like that. Everybody who they've been
You
around for
want to
like,
hear what's
Even you
crazy
and
about
me.
that statement you just said?
huh?
Lab rats have to be white.
No, I said reps.
Yeah.
Reps.
No,
Oh
I'm
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm telling you what's crazy about
Oh
the
yeah, yeah,
statement
no,
you
no,
You
made
right on
yes,
that
is
one.
that
yes,
lab rats have to be white. There are
yes,
no brown lab rats.
yes. I was about to get into that. Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, you can't
Lab
control.
rats have to be white,
Have
and
to
that's,
be what, recessive, non-recessive?
yeah, they have to
I
be
mean, in
recessive.
order to know how it would help them in science, in order to
Somebody
help
said that's
the
all
human
propaganda.
Like, that's
being.
basically needing a white sheet of
There's no
paper.
propaganda.
That's like needing a clear sheet of paper
He's
Right.
saying
to
that's all
to
propaganda
code
history,
on, to
though.
write on.
to write on,
Yes,
right? So
yes.
you
Got it.
can't write on a black sheet of paper or a brown sheet of paper,
Damn, y'all
right?
wait
Hey,
there.
you need to travel
I'm
They,
That's
more.
they,
sorry.
real
I'm
rapping.
they,
sorry, Mord. I'm
hey,
sorry,
Morris,
Mord.
you gotta
Got it.
post this
Got it.
because this
I
went
like that.
hard. This went hard.
That's why I'm about to get off here because I don't want us to f it up. I ain't
Can
gonna
I?
lie.
Yeah,
Only reason.
that
Only reason.
this bill was amazing.
Yeah, it's
Facts.
ridiculous
I'm
good.
gonna
It ain't
shut
gonna.
my ass up, Mord.
Let me
Okay,
finish
It ain't
this.
okay.
gonna get it ain't gonna get this good again unless we come back. But I
This
ain't gonna
bill
lie,
was
man.
amazing.
Like I just gotta shut it down in 5 minutes because I can't believe we didn't get knocked. We ain't do
I
nothing
feel like
wrong.
it's a setup.
We ain't do nothing
Yeah,
wrong. We know we ain't do nothing
that
wrong.
bill was
It's
crazy.
just like, come on now. It's just the fact that it was great. I thought they would knock that alone. Y'all ain't tapped the screen. I should have knocked all the comments off and made y'all get me 10K. Y'all couldn't get me 10K. Don't worry
Yeah,
about it. Don't worry about it.
that was wild. We was just building on right brick for brick.
Hey,
Girl.
that's how
I
it
got
works,
You
I got
was
a
brother.
lot more, but this is okay.
When you know
But
you
no,
add your
I'm glad
piece to
you
the
jumped
puzzle.
up. You took it
Hey,
there,
yeah.
and
Hey, I already know he got ammo. Like that's the brother right there, man. I ain't gonna lie. He
yeah,
definitely got ammo,
he was unlocking
ammunition.
the code for all of us. He was unlocking the code. Do you
I'm
hear
talking
me?
about everybody on this panel can carry a panel, man. That's what made it so dynamic, so powerful.
You know what I'm saying? That's
I
what we do.
definitely
We rock
appreciate all
out.
y'all.
Hey, it's hip hop, man. You hop out on what you know. So it's like
That's
shit. You
real.
jump in the
Fact,
cipher. Everybody
You
start
hear?
spitting their facts. You jump in when
Yeah,
you know what you got. Be like, boom. Hey, check this shit out.
that's real.
fact,
Adding value,
fact,
building.
Yep.
fact. That was amazing.
So yeah, the
Yeah,
I
cipher
needed
build
that.
or destroy. Because if you come
I'm
in with
have a
some
good
bullshit,
ass day, y'all.
you come with some
I don't
Yeah,
bullshit, you
I
get
don't like when
destroyed.
people say that what I'm saying is like false or propaganda or whatever the case may be, and they don't do no research, read no books, or even travel. I like it's kind of beyond me, like how people have an opinion and they don't travel. They haven't been to over 20 countries.
You ain't never lied.
hmm
To travel is the best education. You will get exposed to different cultures, tap into the history, all kind of shit. I was stationed in Germany.
Experience is the best teacher.
hey, watch
You
this.
know what I'm saying?
Hey, real
I was
recognize real. You see
I,
what
I,
Till Daybreak said, y'all would have, yeah, matter of fact, he said, y'all were cooking for sure. Y'all the best. Like, he done
tell me
said it
where
three,
I
four
was a
times, man. He
I
been
was a
telling
19
y'all all
I was
night.
a 19-year-old kid, walked into a church in Germany and saw Black Jesus. I flipped out. I was like, what the hell? I swear to
Yep.
God, bro.
Yeah.
I tripped out. I was like,
I'm
what the
talking, you
fuck?
can't even see that in America, though.
In the
You know what
Black
I'm saying?
Madonna,
Yeah,
Bro,
it flipped me out. I didn't know
Black
what the hell to
Madonna
think
and
about that shit. I
Child.
was like,
Bro, you can't even see that in a Baptist church.
Yep.
Exactly. And I
And then
grew up Baptist.
you see it in British churches, churches in Spain,
Yeah, Catholic.
all over, all
Yeah, Black
over.
Madonna. Black Madonna and
Black
Child.
Madonna and Child.
Yep.
Hmm.
Come on now.
Yeah,
Like they
yeah,
worship they
and
worship Mary.
don't give me it's the soot in the church from the candles and this, that, and other. Because if you wanted to make a statue in white ivory, you do it.
Yep.
Yep.
Wise one. You showed up late, but I appreciate you though, wise one. I wish you would have came. You missed
What's
a
good? What's
great I'm
good?
gonna post it
Yes,
on YouTube. You know, we finna get out of here in about 2 minutes,
you
but we
gotta post this one on YouTube for sure. You gotta get
yep,
the at least last 30 minutes on YouTube.
man, I promise you the whole
Also,
thing going. The
also, I
whole
think
thing going.
Appreciate it. Had to
Wise
go
One
Yeah.
was
for it.
asking me about the to join the. I mean, in the Discord, I was it was about the grants. I was gonna tell everybody, whoever's looking for grants, you can go to let's go dot. Oh, let me see. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, type it in the chat, please.
Mm-hmm.
One second.
My
'Cause we got some
ADHD is gonna make me say this, y'all, about those incubators. Something I heard was that they actually made incubators, and they had to like put water underneath them to keep them warm, and they would send them around like on a little conveyor belt. But the end result was that these babies, if they left them in too long, they would get bigger, like giants, like grow taller. So I thought that was pretty interesting. That like that kind of goes to show maybe people in warmer climates
wow.
are going to
That's
naturally be a
fresh.
lot taller.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, yeah. It makes sense too, because Mauritania actually means land of the giants.
Because they
Mm,
said the average Seminole was about 6'4",
mm-hmm.
and then just like Moorish was saying, the land of the giants, San Francisco Giants, New York Giants,
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
Paul Bunyan. They tell you without telling you.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yep.
it makes so much
Tigers.
sense
That's
why
weird that y'all
Yep.
everybody
point that
on
out.
my. I'm sorry, Hippie. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I
You
was
was
just
talking
saying
about.
it was weird that they pointed that out because prehistoric times, where the larger animals per se were on the earth, that had more water in the oxygen at that time.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Higher
And,
O2 levels meant
and,
everything grew bigger.
and
Yep.
speaking on
Yep.
etymology, real quick, like the word giant, like GIAN. You don't even have to add the T. You'll see it in a lot of words. Like you'll see the Varangians,
Yo,
the Merovingians,
I was
Norwegians.
I was
The
watching.
GIAN means giant.
Yeah,
I
I was
I,
watching this
I posted it up.
this documentary on the Romney Gypsies. In French, the way gypsy was spelled, it was spelled like close to giant, just the letters were flipped a little bit different.
Hmm. Exactly.
Do you guys
Hmm.
mind if I correct you really quickly?
Yeah, go for it.
No disrespect
No
intended,
problem.
but a lot of people keep saying more oxygen was produced back then. It was actually hydrogen that was essential.
You talking about prehistorically? Yeah,
Yes,
hydrogen is
hydrogen.
necessary to be hydrated. But
Yeah,
prehistorically there was more copper in the atmosphere. That's why we were green.
yeah.
Yeah,
With oxygen actually breaks down the bone
Yes, we
and
die.
things of
It
that nature.
kills us. But
Yeah,
you needed to
oxygen kills
survive.
you.
What we need is oxidation kills us.
Yeah,
Oxidation of
exactly.
the cells is cellular death.
Uh, the more oxygen it creates rust. So right now we're
right.
rusted. All of this
Rested.
brown that
Yeah,
we
Our
have right
yeah.
color.
now,
I want to say
we're
oxidation
rusting.
of the cells is
So
death.
let's
Cellular death is oxidation of the cells.
But yeah, he's
exactly.
right. That's why we have this
So
rusty, tawny
that
color.
being said, so please, 'cause I don't like to be have to correct people or anything. Please remember that hydrogen, not oxygen.
And
And
smoke blunts.
and
Smoke,
if
Hey, you
smoke,
good, man? No offense. If you know
and
something, just
hydrate.
smoke with that shit.
and then I have one more thing to add. What do you guys think you're breathing right now? Is a matrix question.
We
Nitrogen,
Water.
breathing water.
I
We,
oxygen,
think
we
I'm
underwater.
underwater.
carbon,
Oh God,
We
I'm
underwater.
hydrogen.
We the
With
fish.
trying to take that
yes,
We the fish that
oxygen.
don't
exactly.
know you underwater.
If you think about the breakdown of air, what is the molecule, the molecular structure
Well,
Hey,
of air? What's the
It's a
molecular structure?
O2.
bunch of different
It's
molecules.
O2. The
What's the
pure
main
oxygen.
what's
Pure
the main
oxygen is
one?
O2.
Yeah, exactly. O2, H2O. There you go.
Hey, I thought
Well, somebody said it, Melly. There you go. So we're breathing water vapor.
Mm-hmm.
We're
Yeah.
breathing water
Here we
vapor.
are.
It's density, water densities. It's different densities. This is what each realm is made of different
Yeah.
densities. This is why
Because
if you
So
don't,
watch
if
this.
you're
They
not
tell us the world is heating up, right? If the world is heating up, that means it's getting more humid. What is humidity? Humidity is water in the atmosphere.
correct,
So as the world heats up, only one people can survive that kind of weather.
because the
So
density increases.
so
that's pretty much
obviously,
vapor at that point,
yeah.
right?
No, watch this.
Yeah,
We're
it comes
underwater.
down to
We're
that.
underwater at that point. They say mammals would more readily be able to be on Earth, like the alligators and all of these things will just go back to walking upright and come out of the water because they can breathe again.
Avatar
But
movie.
so can we. Is the crazy thing. So we are the mermaids. You
Avatar
know what I
movie.
mean?
I'll tell you
This is
something
where
real
it
cool
begins. This
about
is
what
where the
happened to me
transition
when I
will
was a little
begin.
kid. When I was younger, I used to be a junior lifeguard, right? And I lived on a farm, and there's this kid, like you don't horseplay. It was one of the rules, no horse playing, blah blah blah. There's this kid, I'll never forget his name. His name is Isaiah Fortes. He jumped on the top of my head when I jumped in. He jumped on right after me. Jumped on the top of my head, decided to ride me in a deep end. Pause for all people out there like that's thinking like that. Yeah, he decided to ride on my shoulders on a deep end and low key drown me. Now my body kicked into autopilot and I blacked out and I went under I guess I went underwater and then they blew three whistles. Mind you, it was the beginning of the pool period when he did it. It was like 15 minutes into the pool period. At the end of the pool period, they blew the whistles. My body like randomly heard the whistles. Three whistles means get out of the pool. My body woke up and then I was like kind of like coasting along the bottom of the pool and I don't know how the lifeguard didn't see me or anything, but my body woke up. I got back up and then I ended up like gasping for air and things. That I got up. Isaiah was looking at me like he thought I came back alive, like I was like some zombie. And then the lifeguard, I told the lifeguard what happened. I was like, yeah, he jumped on me, he drowned me, blah blah blah. And later on, I ended up talking to Isaiah, and he was like, "Yeah, you were underneath there for like 15 minutes." So uh, that being said, during that moment, my body learned something or relearned something. Then a second time, this happened again. Someone I was playing with under the water. They ended up dragging my feet. They grabbed me by my foot, and I wasn't able to. The water shot up to my nose, kind of created this like burning feeling, right? Then a few minutes, like I kept dunking my head in just to like get rid of the feeling because it felt like somebody just, it's just terrible feeling in your brain. Then later on that day,
You still have like open passages from like birth when you were
yes,
breathing, right? You
yes,
still have
yes.
those open
You
passages.
could do
So
that in the mother's womb.
yeah,
But
you
let
can.
me let me finish. So I ended up having a contest with this kid to see how long we could breathe underwater. And when I tell you, like something happened. I don't know if anybody's seen the movie Abyss. The Abyss.
Yep.
Anybody seen that movie?
Yep.
Okay, so remember when he had to go deeper and they put that food solution in the water, and it was like, yeah, you could eat the food in the water, and it gives you oxygen or whatever the case may be. Something like that. Whatever happened in that movie Abyss, something like that happened to me, and I was able to separate the water from the oxygen. And it happened. It happened two more times after that by accident. One time I created a bubble around my face, like I blew a bubble and I was able to separate the water and stay underwater super long. So it was two different styles that I kind of like came across. One where you create a bubble over your face, and it's like you could breathe real slow, but that's obviously you gotta train your lungs and things for that. And you could separate it really slowly from the oxygen in the water, and the other one was just like a straight on.
But you have to allow your heart rate to go down. That's the
Yeah,
only way
yeah.
you're
My
gonna
heart
be
my heart
able to
rate was
do it.
slow. Yeah,
You have to
exactly.
be a particular speed in order for your body to process that, because they make
Right.
you do it in the military.
So,
Yes.
real quick, I wanted to interject and go back to what was disbanded about what I said. Um, I come from a different understanding than you. That's why I don't believe in telling nobody that they're wrong. I am talking about 2.3 billion years ago, after the Younger Dryas period, where oxygen levels did have a large amount of water in it. As you stated earlier, there is multiple different types of gases involved in the oxygen that we are breathing currently. And this is the period that I am talking about when things were larger.
Right.
Hmm.
One of those gases was hydrogen. It was much more hydrogen in the air. There was a
Right,
certain
but this
point.
article also states about the large amount of
Now that makes sense.
H2O that was inside of the.
Hey,
I do this, and
watch
I've took
this.
3 levels of geology,
Hey,
so I
hey,
do know. I know about rock process, and I also know about animal and life
yeah.
process here on Earth.
Look,
Right.
So this
everything
is
is larger
I'm
than
talking
water.
from a different experience. I'm not
Mm.
saying that you're wrong, but this is what I'm talking about from what I have learned.
Oh, my apologies. I didn't mean to say that you are wrong.
See,
We're
everything is larger with
doing good.
water.
It
Like everything
is,
is larger with water.
You
and
know,
they
so
actually proved it, because this exact period of time has led them into hydroponics and the multitudes of stuff that it can grow at this period in time right now.
Can you know
Mhm.
a premium water is created?
Mineralized water
Thank
is what is
you.
used inside of hydroponics, and that is also the case for the prehistoric times as well.
Mhm.
Higher mineralization here
Can,
on Earth.
And
can
that's
I
how
add
people
something?
got wells, by digging for
Right.
premium.
Well, let me add something, because if you take H2O alone, the reason why I said it was wrong is because a lot of people they just take H2O, and if you take H2O alone, H2O is a living entity. It's a living conscious entity. That being said, H2O lacks certain minerals in order for it to um H2O alone will lack certain
Yeah,
minerals
it
in
has no
order.
nutrient.
Yeah, exactly. So what
Right.
H2O would do, if you put H2O in your body, or if you have H2O in the atmosphere, is that it will take minerals from you and will act as an enemy towards your body in
There's
order for it to
H2O in the
survive.
atmosphere right now, though,
Yeah,
on different,
it
in the
is.
ionosphere, and also on
Yes.
our level, there's different levels of H2O on
But sis,
all parts of our atmosphere.
listen to me. What I'm saying is that with H2O alone, if it doesn't have certain added nutrients in order for it to not act as a rogue agent, it will act as a rogue agent and do what it needs to do to survive, just like we will do, just like any other entity or organism on this planet. That being said, because I study
Parasite.
water,
Yeah.
I study
Hmm.
water. Yeah, it
Right.
could become it could become a detriment, or it become an asset. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
That
I
being
agree.
said, when you have water that has been structured water, or non-dead water, or water that has been remineralized and repurposed, or whatever the case may be, either by nature itself, or the nectar itself, or by you creating a reverse osmosis KDF unit, whatever, remineralizer, and things of that nature, adding that to your water, then your water becomes more of a benefit to you, because it's quenched. It's no longer, it's not starving. You know what I mean? It's not in a state of array. And
Yeah,
that
but
we
my
need to be
argument
aware of.
wasn't about that. Mine was just specifically about the time period I was speaking on, when
Yeah.
animals were larger on Earth, and that was the
And
science I was dealing with,
and
not with.
let's do the hydrogen within H2O, because H2O alone, they wouldn't have been larger, they get smaller, and that's why we're smaller. That's what I'm stating.
Hey, yeah, everything is smaller. Put it like this, even your brain is 80% water. So imagine with no water how small the brain is. You know, our
Hmm.
bodies are 80% water. Like we'd be a little glob of a human without water. You know what I mean? Like everything
Yeah.
is water.
Right.
I work
Water
at
is
one
the
of the
all.
top water filtration places here in New York City, so I know a lot about water and filtration systems.
Yeah.
Right.
What is the all? What is God?
I promise you.
It's life. It's
When they
going
say
to be a
you're
water
gods,
war.
it means because you have water in you. That's why you're a god. Water
Yeah,
is the all.
water could do a
I'm
lot
talking
of
about
damage
even space is a
and a lot
super
of purpose.
fluid. There's no such thing as the word fluid without water.
Right. Because
Mm.
I get what he's saying because it's like, okay, the oxygen at that time frame, it would have been heavier or it would have been present. But along with
Your
the
mic went down.
hydrogen, right, along with the hydrogen, now you get the
And the
vapor,
more
the
you know,
density.
your mic.
Oh, what's up?
I mean, he not. I hear you not.
Oh, okay. Oh, so I was saying you're both right because during that time there would have been a high concentration of O2, but you also had the hydrogen, which would have made the water denser. So with the water being denser, it would have been able to drag nutrients further down into the soil to the roots.
Exactly. That's exactly what I
Mm-hmm.
mean.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So you
Mm-hmm.
see, so you're both right, but he's saying that the commonality is that people leave off the hydrogen aspect. When you do that, you're dismissing, the water vapor being heavier and being able to draw those nutrients further down into the soil.
Boom.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, yeah, I'm calling it a night though.
These big ass trees in the
Yeah,
first
we
place.
got to. Got to. I appreciate every last one of y'all. You already know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to make sure
Yeah.
I ain't think I'm gonna have no friends like this. But I gotta have some coins.
Hey,
All
thank you
right,
for
Sure.
Morris. I
hitting me up,
appreciate
Morris.
you. I'm gonna
But all
drop because
right,
I know
great
you
bill,
ready to
y'all.
go.
Appreciate it.
Right.
I
Y'all take
appreciate
care.
the love for real.
Appreciate
For real.
you.
Great bill. Great bill.
Thank you,
I'm
hippie. Thank you.
Peace.
The more
Peace.
you know.
I
Peace,
appreciate you
y'all.
guys for being susceptible
All
to
right, peace
allow
to
me
everybody.
Oh, no
to add to
worries.
your knowledge.
We
Yeah,
all
yeah, no
grown
problem,
here.
man.
We
That's
all
what I say.
grown.
Get in where you fit in.
Yeah. No,
Right.
a lot of people they think I'm like some conspiracy theorist, and I'm like, no, I got knowledge you just never researched.
Exactly. I feel you. I'm exactly with you there.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Peace
but
and
y'all
love,
have a good
everybody.
night.
You as well.
just